click, and we are now live. Actually, let me unhost. That way,
You're telling me you don't want to race me tomorrow on English?
If you really want to race me on English tomorrow, I will. If that's a serious.
I don't care if it's. I don't care what you do.
Oh, well.
If you want to like do another, for some reason, if you want to do another no reset with you, max power run.
Max power is a different run. This is max pain.
Max pain.
Anyway, so we are live now. Hello, everybody. This is this is my GDQ submission for Paper Mario Glitchless for AGDQ 2021. I'm here with MorningMeasure and realblopez.
Hello.
Hello.
So we are going to explain pretty much everything about this run, especially why it should be, at a GDQ and why it's a good pick. But this is also just going to serve as a demonstration of what the run's about and an explanation of the detailed mechanics that make this an impressive run to do. At the time of this recording, this run that we're about to show you and demonstrate is current world record on its platform on N64. So, without further ado, because we're going to have 22 minutes to talk during prologue, I'm just gonna start it. So, here we go. Can you guys see everything alright?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright, sick. So, anyway, this game is a very popular and nostalgic RPG that one of the very few that was released for the Nintendo 64 near the end of its lifespan. It was not a very RPG-heavy console. It's very nostalgic to many people, and many people who grew up with the console, this was often one of the only games of its genre that they might have played growing up. The category that we are showing you today is the current world record for Paper Mario Glitchless, which is basically a developer intent category.
Yeah, this category has also never been seen at a GDQ before, so it would be super cool to showcase the entire game, since we get to play through all the chapters unlike many other categories, which skip a lot of them for obvious reasons.
This game is horrendously broken on a glitch level. It's somewhat notorious for that on the internet. There are a lot of situations where you can crash or you can soft lock. I believe Morning, you're the person who first said this to me. It's basically held together with staples and glue, right?
Staples and glue, yep.
Staples and glue. So, any percent runs of this game end up looking very, very different from Glitchless, and this is one of the reasons that Glitchless even exists, is because of how broken the game is. That everyone realized, hey, we can make a whole new interesting category by just not doing these things. So we did, and we have a nice category that clocks in at a little under 4 hours if you have a high level time in this game. It is also the most consistent category of Paper Mario because you have backups for just about everything. There are very few instances in a glitchless run where you will be left with no way to progress, and that usually only happens when you deliberately choose to do some sort of risky strategy that we, of course, would not be doing, in a marathon setting. So, ideally, this run is 100% safe. It is more or less an endurance run that shows off the menuing and movement skills of the runner over the course of several hours, and yeah, that's about all there is to it. The battle system is quite simple. You have enemies and you hit them with a very small pool of attacks. Oh, my throat. I wasn't ready to. I wasn't ready to talk for 3 hours, evidently.
The battling in glitchless relies on a variety of badges, especially one you'll see in a few chapters, the Mega Rush badge. A lot of the back half of the game is reliant on getting to 1 HP and staying there.
Yeah, we don't see that badge until chapter 3, but most of the combat in this game is very basic. You get some upgrades to your boots and your hammer as you progress, and we eventually gain another option, which is to call upon the star spirits that we've saved previously to do various things in battle. But basically, you have jump, you have hammer, you have items. Your jump and your hammer level up basically with your story progress, and items are just things you pick up on the battlefield. And the most interesting part about the combat system in this game are the badges that apply various effects when you have them equipped. And we make extensive use of badges to make quickest possible work of each boss in this game.
Yeah, and in this game, you have pretty much 3 main stats. You have your HP, which is your hit points, your FP, which is like your mana to use special abilities, which come from your badges, and badges are revolved around BP, badge points, and so whenever you reach 100 XP, you'll get to level up one of those 3 stats, and so this route revolves around upgrading the right things at the right time, specifically your FP and your BP, to be able to use your badges to do more damage in battle.
Yeah, we actually only upgrade HP once. Funny enough, no matter what route you're doing, I think there's one route that's kind of in its infancy right now where you don't upgrade HP at all. But mostly the HP upgrade is just to ensure that we can, as Morning mentioned before, get to 1 HP when we need to be at 1 HP, and in a timely manner. There are a couple of different things we do in the run to manipulate our HP outside of battle, because there's no fast way to do it against the boss that we're actually fighting. Anyway, you might have noticed how we're not talking very much about what's going on, and that's because there is nothing going on for the first X amount of time. Prologue is kind of a ball and chain to any Paper Mario run, because it is about, in Glitchless, it's about 22 minutes, where around half of it is cutscene, just like any other RPG, really. Where a lot of your time is spent just holding the B button, and that's it.
Yeah, the game's just kind of trying to walk you through how to play and what to do, so it's pretty standard.
The Bowser fight we saw is completely scripted. Fail every time, obviously. And now we can finally start to see some of the movements.
Yeah, there's like a little tiny bit of movement in the castle, but nothing too crazy. So you can see the basic pattern of movement we have going so far is Mario spin, Mario jump, and that is because the fastest method of movement in this game is the spin dash, which is an ability that is inherent to Mario. You have it immediately when the game starts up, and it is very much faster than walking. If you let the full animation play out, though, it kind of cancels and slows down near the end, and that's why we have to jump out of it every time to preserve as much speed as possible. So the optimal movement in this game is very close to frame-perfect spins, followed by frame-perfect A presses to cancel out of those spins. And if you look at the controller display in the bottom left, you can see the Z presses, and A is tapped usually for 1 frame only during most of these situations. Anyway, we don't even have our hammer yet. Don't even have our hammer yet. Prologue is, like, Prologue is long, and a lot of the interesting routing things don't come until much later in the game.
It is a good chance to read donations, introduce the game, in a marathon setting at least.
Absolutely. And we need coins, because there is a badge that we are saving up to purchase after Chapter 1. It is the only badge we buy in the entire run, and it is an upgrade to our spin, and we'll talk a little more about that when we get there, but basically, it just increases the speed at which Mario moves, and it saves multiple minutes over the course of the 4-hour run to have that equipped.
Absolutely. Something you'll notice here is we're fighting Junior Trooper right now, and we'll see him multiple times throughout the game. He's a recurring boss, and he levels up every time you fight him, as do we. And you'll notice we're gonna be jumping on him because jump is the fastest form of Mario's standard attacks. And something you wouldn't notice unless you get it pointed out to you is that Mario does a little crouch animation before he jumps on any enemy. But you can cancel that by pressing the A button again right at the start of that crouch animation. And if done perfectly, it'll save 10 frames every time you do it.
Yeah, so the difference in a final time between somebody who quick jumps and somebody who doesn't actually adds up to be... I think I've heard an estimate of like 30 seconds or something like that over the course of a run. Each individual one isn't a big deal, but doing it consistently ends up saving a massive amount of time. So here we're just casually strolling through a minefield of Goombas right there. Going topside there is a little harder and a little scarier than bottom, but it's also barely faster, so... But it
you gotta
is...
save time where you can.
Yeah, you gotta save every frame you can, and at the end of this cutscene here, we're about to get our first badge in the game, which is Power Jump, and we'll see the badge menu, and we can explain how those work a little bit more in a second. Something else we should point out, compared to other RPGs, this game's text advancing is really, really nice. You just have to hold the B button to scroll text at max speed, as opposed to this game's direct sequel, actually, where you have to mash both A and B to scroll through the text. In Paper Mario 64, you just have to hold B, and you can see in the bottom left again on that controller display. So, okay, we've equipped Power Jump now. Power Jump is a badge that costs 1 badge point, and it is fast and strong, basically. It's the normal jump attack. If you do the action command, it bounces twice, and that's why you do extra damage, is that it basically just hits them twice. Power Jump condenses the damage of a timed jump into 1 attack and increases the damage as well, which makes it a very, very good badge for bosses. It's our primary form of attack when we're not in peril for most of the game.
Yeah, and you can see we're going to use it here on the Red and Blue Goomba fight. Something to note is that Blue Goomba has 6 HP while Red Goomba has 7, so we use Goombario, our first partner, to head bonk the Red Goomba. Right now they're both at 3 HP, and we're going to use this Fire Flower, which does 3 damage, to take them both out at the same time. And that's faster than killing them individually, as if you do that, the remaining one will spawn some text that we don't want.
Yeah, it ends up that that's much slower than just letting the Red Goomba attack you another time, so we just, we end up knocking both of them out at once. It skips some text, and it lets us move on a little faster.
And also there, we hit the first heart block of the game, and a heart block restores your HP and FP to full. And because we use some resources on the Red and Blue Goomba fight, and we have another boss fight upcoming, we need to refresh our stats so we can live.
Yeah, we do not want to, we don't want to die on Goomba King. That's pretty much, yeah, everyone does it at least once, but you don't want people to know you've done it, right? Like, you don't want to admit it. Nobody would ever want to admit that they've died to Goomba King, but it's happened to most of us before. for forgetting to hit the hard block.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty common beginner mistake, but it's also only a mistake that you only ever make once.
Yeah, definitely. You make it once, you go, oh no, and then you reset and you never do it again, basically. But that heart block hit is actually vital for restoring both our HP and our FP. Even if we didn't have 1 HP after the red and blue Goomba fight, we probably wouldn't be able to survive this fight. Or if we did, it would take a long time killing them with no FP.
So you saw the Goomba King's kick attack. There's a couple different attacks he can give you. The kick is a little bit slower.
Yeah, the difference is about 8 frames between his 2 attacks. So we got the slow one there, unfortunately, but I mean, clearly it didn't matter that much, since this ended up being the fastest run ever. But like at this point, this was not looking like especially fast to me. It was like, average Joe Schmo run.
Not the biggest deal in a 4-hour run, but it is something to point out in prologue. Something that can save or lose you time.
Yeah, little things like that do actually add up. Like, it doesn't matter, like, in the scope of even your prologue time, but if you get a lot of unlucky problems like that, like him using the wrong attack, you'll end up losing, like, several seconds over the course of your run, and that can make or break a minute marker at the top level of this game. So, thankfully, we're almost done with prologue. There's about 6.5 minutes left. It's about half cutscene as well. We're gonna, in a little bit, we're gonna get introduced to the first chapter's antagonists right here in this cutscene, the Koopa Bros. They're kind of pushovers, but they have one of the best themes in the game, to be honest.
Absolutely.
It's an incredible track, and it's honestly a shame that we killed him so fast.
Yeah, yeah.
So here they are. These guys, clearly they're kind of doofuses too, because evidently during this scene they show Bowser their secret attack. And he's impressed, and then he's like, hang on a second, if you guys are here, who's guarding the Star Spirit I entrusted to you? And, the question of how they got into space and then back into their fortress so quick is, one that I have not thought up an answer to yet, myself.
Yeah, that's
They're speedrunners too.
Yeah. And we're finally at the main hub of the game, which is Toad Town. This is, we don't spend much time here. This is mostly just we pass through this to get to the next chapter consistently, and that's it. Although one of the chapters later on does actually take place in town, sort of.
Partially.
Yeah, it's like, there's one chapter that has a lot of Toad Town events going on. Anyway. In our fever dream at the beginning of the game, Eldstar, the old-looking leader of the Star Spirits with the fancy stash, that guy, told us to come to Shooting Star Summit so that the Star Spirits could talk to you, since this is like the closest place to the sky. So this is another exposition scene. Fun fact, you lose like, if you play this on English, you lose like 5 seconds in this cutscene alone from all the dialogue, which is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, the Japanese game, or the Japanese version of this game versus the English version of this game for glitchless, it's estimated that the Japanese version is like around 3 minutes faster due to text.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. So here, Peach is sad because she's basically in jail in her own home, and Bowser has some kind of delusion that this is going to make her like him more. I don't know why. Bowser kind of... he's very childish, I guess. Anyway, Peach is worried about Mario, seeing as she last saw him getting struck by a bolt of lightning and then falling miles to the surface of the Earth, so she's a little worried about his safety right now. And then she makes a wish, and the one star that has the power to come help her is this little star, and his name is Twink. He doesn't really have the power to help her do much because he's basically a baby, you know, as far as stars go. He like ascended to Starhaven like the previous day, so he can't do much. But Peach decides to give him a pendant that actually enables it more or less like doubles his power in combat, which is really nice. It lets you do action commands, which are the equivalent of timed hits in other RPGs. You just, you play like a little... It's honestly not even enough to be called a mini-game, I think. You just press a button at the right time, or use the control stick in a specific way, and you end up getting extra damage on your moves, or extra effects, depending on what move you're using.
Yeah, or you'll see pretty soon the ability to block attacks as well.
Yes, and to run away from battle, although thankfully we never needed that in this specific run. But if you don't get the pendant, the lucky star, you see there we blocked it. You actually can't run away from battle very reliably either. So we took out that magic Koopa. He followed Twink down from Bowser's castle alone. Wasn't very smart of him, seeing as he's now space dust. Mario obliterates him. You'll notice that Power Jump actually did more damage in that fight than it has in previous fights, and that's because of the power of the action commands. Since they were enabled, we can now do timed hits to increase our damage on enemies. And this applies to our partners as well, and you can skip the Lucky Star, but it actually has a variety of very weird effects on Mario in combat. Like, you can't block, a lot of your partner's attacks and badge moves just don't work at all, because they weren't intended to be used without the action commands. It's actually very interesting, although you can't really complete the game very easily without it due to the difficulty and numbers of later fights. Anyway, we're just about out of prologue, so the interesting part of the run, most of it is coming up within about a minute. We'll be getting into some more involved gameplay. And you might notice that...
Right now, Merlin was just explaining what's going on, and we told him about the strange toads blocking town.
And he has several spare Thunder Rages, you can see. He just hits them with one right there. Merlin, this guy is like your exposition guy. If you forget what you're doing, like his purpose is like that of a casual, oh, you haven't played this game in a while? Let me remind you what you were doing. You know, what you were on narratively. You can pay him a small fee and he tells you what to do next.
Yeah, you're only saving the world, but it still charges you.
Yeah. So anyway, we're collecting things along the way. You might notice we picked up a couple items there. We're going to use those in our Chapter 1 fights that are coming up. Chapter 1 is very movement and combat heavy compared to other chapters in the game. Presumably, you know, it's related to it being kind of a tutorial-ish starting easy chapter. It teaches you a lot about the basics of combat in this game. So there's a lot of fighting in Chapter 1.
Yeah, and a lot of these fights have multiple enemies, and so the POW block hits all the enemies on screen. We're gonna use that to take them out quickly.
Yeah, we're gonna use POW blocks and fire flowers combined with partner attacks to wipe out the enemies as quickly as possible. This is also one of the shorter chapters in the game, you know, for that reason. It's not very long, but it's very combat heavy, and so it's probably a lot longer if you're playing casually than if you're speedrunning, for sure. Like, relative to the other chapters. Anyway, so we're helping out the character who's going to become our second partner now. His name is Cooper, and Koopa Village is under siege by these little fuzzy balls that are stealing their shells and generally being a nuisance. So we are going to drive them out of town, and for some reason they make us play a minigame before fighting them to get Kooper's shell back. He is the unique blue-shelled Koopa in this game, and he ends up becoming our second partner. Speaking of partners, there's a Goomba following us around, and I don't think we really talked about that yet. This game has, it doesn't have a traditional party that you might see in most RPGs. You have Mario, and then you have you have one backup character out who, like, it depends on what you need in the overworld. They all have overworld abilities and combat abilities that make them useful in different situations, and in many cases they are required to progress in the game as well.
So right now we just played what's known as the fuzzy mini game, and the fuzzies will bounce around 3 different times, and you just have to hit the tree with the blue shell in it, and it varies every single time. So ideally, you just don't want the fuzzies to bounce on opposite ends of the screen, so you don't have to move as much. And that RNG that'll affect the current split involving the minigame.
Yeah, not only does the RNG impact it, it actually, you can save or lose, like, up to 6 seconds, roughly, in that minigame alone. Because the number of bounces they do and the trees they end up in are both completely random.
You'll also notice that there was a badge on a tree stump on the way back, and that badge is HP+, which, for the world record route, is not needed, but for the safe route with a consistent final fight, it is necessary. And it only takes about 2 seconds to pick it up, but when you're going for world record, you definitely don't need it.
Yeah, we need to pick it up, because if we do, it ensures a safe final fight. Should there be any kind of marathon run of this category, we will be picking it up every time, just to make sure that the run can finish. The safe fight is honestly not that slow compared to the risky one. It loses like maybe a minute or something like that, maybe a little less than that on average. But that's kind of small beans, you know, compared to the overall length of the run. Anyway, we're entering the Koopa Bros Fortress, and we're going to see those lovable dorks a few times throughout the course of going through here. Here's some more of the combat we were talking about. We want to take these guys out as quickly as possible, and the bob-ombs we can make self-destruct, which is kind of funny. If you hit them... Wow, I forgot I did that. I forgot I missed the key. Anyway, the bob-ombs, if you hit them, they will, the next hit makes them explode, or their next turn, they will die to attack you, you know, as an explosive does.
You notice that after that fight, there was a little screen with our HP, FP, and BP. That was our first level up of the game. And so we decided to upgrade FP so we can increase it up from 5 to 10, so we can use power jump more often, which will be very helpful throughout this chapter.
Yeah, and speaking of power jump, Cooper has a very useful ability as well. We don't really use him for combat outside of Chapter 1, but due to the low HP of enemies, and our use of items during this chapter, Cooper's Power Shell is a very useful tool for getting through Chapter 1 quickly. Because it does 2 damage to every grounded enemy, which almost every enemy in this chapter is, and they don't have all that much HP due to it being Chapter 1, so a combination of items and Cooper's Power Shell moves us through these fights very, very quickly. With the exception of one that's coming up very shortly that is kind of notorious in the Paper Mario speedrunning community. So you might notice that guy was flying. We have the same strategy for getting rid of him, Pow Block Power Shell, but we have to initiate the battle with a first strike on the Paratroopa to get rid of his wings so that the strategy works. But otherwise, this fight is normal. It's the next one that's kind of a pain, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Now, it's hard to get into this fight quickly without getting first strike, so that just kind of happens, but you'll see that we used a Fright Jar right there, which you might notice that there are some numbers on the bottom left of my screen next to my controller display. That is an RNG counter of how many things have gone wrong, you know, between between when I started counting and the time I got world record, which was this run. The Fright Jar on those 2 enemies is 90% likely to work on each of those Paratroopas, and because they are flying and have defense, that is the quickest way to deal with them. Now, unfortunately, that means there's only an 80% chance for it to work, and for each one that doesn't run, you lose about 20 seconds, so at a high to top level, this ends up being a very common reset point for anybody running this game.
The good news for a marathon run is that it would not end the run, just make it a bit slower.
Yeah, it is annoying, is what it is. It's really, that's really all there is to it. It's just annoying if you're looking to finish a run.
Yeah, there's a lot of minor RNG things, such as the fuzzy minigame and the coin spread from those fire bars that we just jumped over, but the Fright Jar is one of the major ones.
Yeah, the Fright Jar is it's the first major RNG thing that can majorly slow down your run. For now, everything's fine. The Fright Jar worked, but you might notice that the number of Fright Jar fails actually is higher than the number of actual runs I've gotten going, and I'm somewhat notorious for being very, very unlucky with Fright Jar and Speedy Spin, which is the second one down there.
The counter just kind of goes to show how unlucky you can truly get in this game when you're grinding for top level time.
Yeah. The actual run is simply a counter of all the times that Fright Jar and Speedy Spin, like, worked. And, or without anything else, like, really silly happening. Because there are a lot of minor things that can go horrifically wrong if you get very unlucky, but listing all of them would not be possible with the amount of screen space I have down here, so... Anyway, for stats' sake, Fright Jar is 81% likely to work, and Speedy Spin is 75% likely to work. So it's a little over 60% chance that you get a run going out of Chapter 1 on really good pace. And
yet...
and yet, it looks... If you look at the counter, it's more like 60% of my runs died on those things instead of getting past them. So this is one of the few fights that we don't use items on. It's because power jumping both bombs and bombing the Koopa is frankly not that slow, and we're very limited on money since we have to buy that badge that we mentioned earlier after Chapter 1. So that's one of the fights that we actually we don't use items on, just because it's fast enough without them.
Yeah, we have a couple items in our inventory still, but those are some we want to preserve for the boss fight of this chapter.
Yeah, two final encounters are very difficult to do quickly without items, including the boss of this chapter. So those are in reserve for that. And there's a trick coming up here. They're called pie jumps. You just, it's kind of funny. It's obviously intended that you go across and then you hit the switch from behind so you can move on to the next area, but there is a 7-pixel lineup for the first one and a 5-pixel lineup for the second one, where you can just jump across and then you're fine. It is mild collision abuse, I would say.
Those are some pretty quick pie jumps as well.
Yeah, they're very scary to do fast, because the consequence of falling is you lose like at least 40 seconds, and you might get an encounter depending on where you fall down. So that's a common reset point for runners as well, but it's not RNG. It's just, you know, did you execute well enough, or did you get nervous, basically?
Yeah, well, fortunately, there's a pretty nice visual cue for knowing when you're in the right spot. The camera will pan out a little bit,
Yeah.
and that means that you're in a good position to jump past the wall.
Yeah, thankfully there's a very convenient visual cue for that makes it pretty easy if you know exactly what you're looking for. And I don't know of anybody that doesn't use that. It's just like so convenient and easy.
Yeah. And they save about 12 to 15 seconds over not doing them.
Yeah, which is very, very big if you're looking for a fast, you know, chapter 1 or just a fast run period.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't, a whole cutscene plays twice.
For each one you don't do. And that's a little rough. And this fight we want to first strike because Bombat's bomb ability is very powerful, but it's expensive. Unless you use it out of battle, because if you initiate a battle with it, it doesn't cost any FP to use to first strike an enemy. Which is another mechanic that we mentioned briefly when talking about the paratroopa in the pit fights back there. You can first strike with Mario's jump, Mario's hammer, or your partner's abilities, well, the ones that are capable of doing so. And it's, you know, it takes time, of course, because you have to watch extra animations, but in the case of making Bombat's bomb free, we actually use it several times over the course of the first few chapters, because it allows us to just delete enemies before even really entering the fight.
Yeah, it's especially useful on the cannon fight there, because those cannons have defense, which means that your attacks will do 1 less damage to them. And so Mario himself, using like his jump attack, wouldn't be able to do a whole lot to him.
Yeah, but with the help of the Thunderbolt we got earlier, and Bombat's bomb, along with a first strike from Bombat, using bomb means that we can get through that fight quickly with only 3 FP used if we get the first strike. And not killing the cannons fast is really bad, because they spawn other enemies every turn, so your experience routing can get messed up very quickly if you do not correctly execute that fight. And not to mention, it's just slow. And here, this boss fight's really fast.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, you'll notice we started with the fake Bowser. It only has 10 HP, it doesn't really do any damage, and when you break it, the actual boss comes out, which is these guys. But they are not...
They're already dead.
Yeah, they're already dead. they're knocked out and on their backs and become vulnerable with a single hit from Bombat's bomb. And like other Koopa Troopa enemies, they take time to stand back up after they've been knocked over. So they don't even get a chance to attack us during this fight, which leads to a very quick and easy Chapter 1 boss fight.
And here we're about to get our first Star Spirits.
Yeah, this was actually a massive gold. The 3751 is the fastest that a Chapter 1 has ever been executed on N64, and I was actually plus 4.4 on best pace ever on the previous split, so that was kind of a shock when it happened live, that it was that fast.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds there is quite a massive gold, and for someone that has... There's only been, I think, 3 people that have gotten a sub 38 Chapter 1 on N64.
I can think of... Well, if you count, there's Glower, there's Parker, Chomsky, there's Butter, the previous world record holder, and then there's myself, so I think it's just 4. But Glower also primarily runs on Wii U, so I wouldn't have even known he had a sub 38 if he didn't, like, show me once.
Yeah.
He got a 37.55, I think. Anyway, now we are heading into Chapter 2. Mario is starting to get a bit more powerful, but I forgot to press the A button right there. Mario's getting a little more powerful, but we're not going to reach the absurd levels of power that the Mega Rush and Power Bounce badges grant us until around Chapter 3 is when we'll be almost as powerful as we get for the entire run, due to the early availability of both badges. And the fact that BP upgrades in multiples of 3 and we start with 3, Power Bounce takes 2 and Mega Rush takes 1. And the reason this badge combination is so powerful is because Power Bounce just lets you do multiple hits to an enemy until you miss an action command or the game tells you to stop. And Mega Rush increases your attack by 4, so instead of doing, say, 1, 1, 1, 1 with Power Bounce, you would do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, because of how the damage formula with that badge works. So, for now, we're using kind of basic but fast strategies on the first 2 chapters, and then things are going to really pick up power-wise as soon as we get to Chapter 3.
Yeah, pretty much we're gonna just start one-shotting the bosses with the use of Mega Rush.
More or less, the boss of Chapter 3 also does not attack us, because he doesn't have time to before you wipe him out. Which is quite funny. Like, it's a 2-part boss fight, and you don't get attacked once. Anyway,
coming up is another big RNG points. Speedy Spin.
yes, that is the second major pain point, and Speedy Spin can actually be quite bad, unfortunately, because there is a badge shop that loads in Toad Town, and it contains the Speedy Spin badge, as Morning said. And this is the badge we referenced earlier that massively increases Mario's speed for moving through the levels. And there are 4 badges that can show up, but there are only 3 slots, and it is never guaranteed to show up. So this is a very common run death point for almost anybody at any skill level, because if Speedy Spin just doesn't show up, you just can't continue. I think the worst I've ever heard of somebody getting on Speedy Spin was like 9th try.
Yeah, 9th try, Speedy Spin by Synta.
Yeah, and every time you have to reload the badge shop, that's a 25-second time loss.
You have to go several screens away and then come back. It does only have a 25% chance of not showing up every time, but sometimes that can just stack.
Yeah, sometimes you can just hit 3 or 4 of those in a row, and suddenly you're plus a minute and a half out of nowhere by no fault of your own. My personal record is 6th. Obviously I didn't continue that run, but this time Speedy Spin was nice to us. We picked it up right away. We equip it instantly, and you'll notice that Mario is now moving very, very, very fast. I believe it's over double the speed. overall when you consider the length of the spin and how much faster it is. I believe it makes you that much faster.
Yeah, you can definitely see how this saves multiple minutes
Yeah.
over the course of the run.
It's worth going out of your way for, and very, very few things in this game are worth going out of your way for if your aim is to go fast. So, anyway, that worked fine. The reason that the gold is ticking up already is because of RNG, basically. There's an item you can get in the pit in Chapter 1, and if you get it, then it changes your route slightly. It makes this split about 10 seconds faster than it otherwise would be, at the cost of the previous one being like 6 seconds slower. Anyway, we didn't get that, but it's not a big deal, and we are now heading into Chapter 2.
Yeah, Chapter 2 can be a little tricky movement-wise. There's some awkward rooms. Like this one, for instance, you have to space out your spins pretty well, so you can use the jump canceling out of your spin to jump onto the next ledge.
Yeah,
Sorry, go on.
The movement on Mount Rugged is very, very precise, and there's even more precise movement later. This isn't even the worst of it.
Oh yeah.
Chapter 2, I personally have referred to it for a long time as the chapter that's like the run death by 1,000 cuts kind of thing, because it's very easy to get caught on ledges and weird pieces of collision and lose half a second. And it's not unusual at all for that to happen several times during the course of any one of these splits. You can feel like you didn't make any mistakes, and then you look at your time when you finish the split and go like, oh, I lost 4 seconds to random crap. That's kind of how Chapter 2 goes, for the most part.
Ruins is especially bad because of the curve.
Oh yeah, and that's evil, and that's something, thankfully, because we have controller display now, we can talk about that, when we get there and actually point out what's going on. But, this chapter is just a chapter of nonsense collision, and lots of it. So here we pick up a badge. We're not going to use that badge until Chapter 6, the end of Chapter 6, roughly. It's called Damage Dodge, and we mentioned earlier how you can block attacks. With Damage Dodge, blocking reduces the damage by 2 instead of 1. That's all it does.
And that'll be really useful in the fights that we do use it to manipulate our HP down to 1.
Yeah, it's a badge that we pick up solely for the purpose of manipulating our HP later in the game, so that we can maximize our damage output on bosses. And here is our fourth partner. You might have noticed we are picking up some letters. This guy is a very mediocre mailman, but he's a very good fighter. This guy is way better at combat than he is at his job, because he has lost letters all over the place, all throughout the world. It's one of the quest to add him to your party is basically your introduction to that mechanic. The letters are basically side quests that you can do for various rewards, mostly star pieces, but there are a couple of other rewards in there as well. There's a badge for a long quest that is actually quite powerful, but we only want Parakarry because, one, we need his overworld ability, and two, he does massive damage to bosses for very low FP investment relative to other attacking options we have, and he can attack enemies anywhere due to the nature of him being a flying partner. Anyway, he's very bad at his job, but he's a very good partner for Mario during his journey. And the safe fight actually, for the final boss, actually primarily uses Parakarry. instead of any other partners. It's pretty much just Paracarry the whole time because of the damage and the speed too.
Yeah, his shell shot attack is super, super, super fast.
Yeah.
And so you can see we went slightly out of our way to hit that block so we can have 9 coins to go into this next town so we can buy a couple of items.
Yes, this is the last time we need to buy anything from a shop, and we only need 9 coins to do so. And this is the first instance of a super block that we see in the runs. These upgrade our partners to another rank, which increases the damage they do with all their moves and adds a new move. So in Bombette's case, we upgraded her so that she can use the ability Power Bomb, which is just bomb but everything on the ground. Which is very, very good for clearing out all of the ground-based enemies in Chapter 2 quickly, since it does so much damage.
Yeah, it does a lot more than Cooper's Power Shell, which is why we only use Cooper in Chapter 1 because we kind of have to.
Yeah, Cooper is the only partner with an attack that hits all enemies, or all of any type of enemy in Chapter 1, but as soon as Bombette gets Power Bomb, she pretty much takes over that role from Cooper.
So we bought the dried shroom and the dusty hammer, not for any fight purposes. You just have to... It's basically a little code so he knows you're okay to see the boss of this town.
Yep, who helps us advance the... It is a story advancing type of thing. We have to see this guy, and we can only see this guy if you buy those items in that order. That mechanic was reused in the Thousand Year Door as well for seeing Don Pianta, but it first came from seeing Mustafa, I think is his name.
Yeah.
And he gives you the Pulse Stone, which reveals the dungeon of, or the entrance to the dungeon of Chapter 2. Lots of moving through desert screens right here. There isn't a whole lot going on. It's just try to move frame perfectly from point A to point B, basically.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff here. You'll see he gives us the Pulse Stone, which starts blinking faster and faster as you get closer to where the ruins will spawn.
Yep. And we mentioned the ruins earlier. Here they are. This dungeon is very, very miserable to run through, unfortunately. There are a lot of enemies in very close quarters. It's very claustrophobic, and there are lots of enemies in there. And there are some very tricky movements we have to do, but on top of all of those things, as Morning mentioned earlier, the ruins is actually curved for some reason. Like, the inside is just curved, so if you spin straight right or straight left, Mario's gonna move, like, down right or down left relative to the map, which is very, very annoying when you're just trying to get from point A to point B.
If you look at the tiles on the floor in this next room, you'll kind of notice that the ruins has that curve to it, and you can notice on the controller display that they're holding the stick slightly above the notch so that you can move straight.
Yep. And even that doesn't fully save you, because if you go slightly above the notch, the curve of the room is eventually going to take over. And you'll see that we actually hammered a badge there. It's kind of cheeky. It's called Spike Shield Early. You can interact with that badge before the Pokey becomes interactable. So you can actually hammer that to steal it from right behind him before he can encounter you, and then you leave very quickly so that you don't get an encounter. It doesn't save that much time, but it's very cheeky, and something about that is very amusing to me.
Yeah, it's about half a second, so not a whole lot, but it is pretty cool.
Yeah. You'll notice that this is the first area where we need extensive use of partner abilities to solve the puzzles in this dungeon as well. There are several sand draining puzzles. There is another puzzle near the end where you have to place key items in a certain order. This is very much like more of a puzzle dungeon than most of the rest of the game. And here we have some more combat coming up. Chapter 2 is a little lighter on combat than Chapter 1, but after this, it's like the combat mostly goes away for a while.
Yeah.
Other than the bosses, of course.
Yeah, so there we get to see the first use of Bombet's new ability, Power Bomb, and it does a whole lot of damage for a modest amount of FP. But we have the FP, and so we're going to use it to take out these guys quickly.
Yeah, it's 6 damage for 6 FP to every single grounded enemy, and these enemies only have 4 HP. You could mess up the action command and still kill them, because its Power Bomb is such a powerful ability. And we bought that Thunderbolt in the shop while we were advancing the narrative, so that we could smite that bat, because the swoops are more difficult, or more tricky enemies to kill quickly. As you can see, we pull out Paracarry just to take care of this guy.
Yeah, Mario's jump can't reach them when they're on the ceiling like that.
Yeah, otherwise we'd just power jump them and it'd be really fast, but no, we have to smite them with lightning or use Paracarry. And you'll see we're eating an item now. The reason we whacked that poor mole near the beginning of Chapter 2 was so that we could consume his scar tissue after these fights. Because there are no heart blocks to restore our FP in the ruins. So we need to take in an item with us that can restore our FP to max to get through all of the fights in a timely manner. And this is just another one of the puzzle rooms. I honestly forgot about this when I was talking about how Chapter 2 is a puzzle chapter.
Yeah, this one just hitting more switches, making the stairs move in such a way that you can reach the first equipment upgrade.
Yes, Chapter 2, or the dungeon of Chapter 2 holds the Super Hammer, which is our first upgrade to our hammer. And we mentioned earlier that the upgrades are mostly story-based for your basic attacks, and this is the first example of that.
So now not only will your hammer do an extra point of damage, but you can also break the gray blocks, the stone blocks, like this one.
Yep, they also have the overworld benefits there too. Because previously we could only break yellow blocks, and now we can break stone blocks as well. And speaking of claustrophobia, it's a lot of enemies in there in a very tight space. It's kind of monk-ass to go through that if you don't know exactly what the movement is.
So we just upgraded Paracarry. Along with having higher attack, he now has the ability Airlift, which is essentially just removing an enemy from the battle.
Yep, it pretty much deletes them. He takes them, lifts them up, and places them in timeout, and they don't get to fight us anymore.
Just carries them to heaven.
Yeah. The benefits, we don't use Airlift for a long time. The biggest reason that we upgrade him at this point in the game is so that we can have an extra point of damage on his Shell Shot ability. At this point, which we only used it on the bat so far, but Shell Shot is a very, very fast, very efficient conversion of FP to like straight damage on a single target.
Yeah, and it actually becomes useful on the boss fight this dungeon, because we have an exact kill.
Yeah, we would be short damage if we didn't upgrade Paracarry at that block. And you can see another use of the Bombette First Strike right there to blow up an enemy and just delete them without using any FP. If I'm not mistaken, this is the last time we intentionally do this, was right there.
Other than Chapter 5, I think?
Oh yeah, we do it in Chapter 5. Chapter 5's also kind of a special case for a different reason, but we can talk about that when we get there.
Yeah.
It not only do you do a first strike, but it also like skips an animation, which is really interesting that they made the game this way. So we're just about out of the ruins. Thankfully, there were no disasters in here. As I mentioned before, this is a very much death by 1,000 cuts type of chapter because of the weird collision and whatnot, and how easy it is to just lose half a second in 1,000 different places and end up with a crappy chapter 2. So these stone chomps, by the way, this is the third fight and the last one, but they're guarding keys that we need to place to reveal the staircase that leads to the boss of chapter 2. And we can talk about this right here too. Mario's spin ability, you can cancel it with a jump, but there are actually other ways to do so as well. If you spin into a wall at a good angle, it also cancels your spin. And if you spin off a ledge, like you're about to see, that cancels your spin as well, of course, because you start falling. But there are spots where you can spin into, and it elevates you a little bit, and that cancels your spin as well, interestingly enough. And those spots are occasionally worth going out of your way for, because it is so fast to spin, and then to cancel it, and then to immediately be able to spin again, because it skips the jump part of your movement, which is the slowest bit.
And here we have the boss of this second dungeon, Tootin' Koopa.
He's he's way more bark than bite. He was the owner of the mysterious text boxes that were taunting us that we ignored throughout the entirety of this dungeon.
We'll see here that we're doing 10 damage to him per turn because we upgraded Carry, and he has 30 HP, so it makes for an exact kill. And another thing about this boss fight is that halfway through he spawns his Chain Chompy, and you have to menu around him in order to get to Toot Koopa. And when doing the menuing at this kind of level as fast as it goes, it's a little tricky.
I personally have lost more than a few runs, and witnessed more than a few runs lost to accidentally attacking the Chain Chomp since it's in front. Or, also, a thing that can happen, we talked about quick jumps earlier during the Junior Troopa fight almost an hour ago, but the reason that we don't mash for that is because if we press the A button too late and miss the quick jump window, we actually lock ourselves out of the action command, which is really, really bad, because that causes us to drop damage on, or against enemies that we shouldn't be dropping damage against, frankly. If that happens against Tootin' Koopa, you have a risk of losing your only life shroom so far, and that is a really, really big time loss, and it causes you to lose more time later backing it up. So anyway,
as you can see on the splits, this is the fastest Chapter 2 time ever on N64. By quite a lot, actually.
yeah, I don't think anybody had even gotten a 1 hour 4x second Chapter 2 until this run. I think the fastest one anyone else has ever done was 1 hour and 51 seconds. And then I think I got a couple that were 1 hour and 50 seconds before this run, and then got a 44, which was absolutely incredible. And the same actually applies to the Chapter 1. This was I think, since Chapter 1 through Chapter 2, this was the fastest run up to this point that anyone has ever done.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very difficult to run against that.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not looking forward to running on these splits, man.
Yeah, so far, everything has been super clean. All the time losses to the golds, pretty much, have been mainly RNG, honestly.
RNG or, like, random, very small errors. Like in Prologue, most of the time when I do runs of this, because the runs are so long and can die to RNG, I personally don't focus super hard at the beginning, because the run might just die for no reason, other than the game decided I don't get to continue. So a lot of the time in the earlier game, my jumps are like not 1-frame A presses because I don't want to expend that kind of energy on a run that's gonna die on speedy spin. So like my prologue was a second off gold, but there were a lot of jumps that were too high, and every time you do that, you lose like an extra frame ascending and an extra frame falling or something like that. But ever since we got past speedy spin, it's been like game time basically. Where everything has to be super clean, and it's very important to manage your energy well over the course of a long run like this. Your energy and your focus.
Yeah, glitchless is definitely more of a marathon than a sprint.
Yeah, definitely. You have to take into consideration how you're feeling and how much battery you have left. When you decide to super focus a section or something. So now we're just leaving. We got that Thunder Rage out of a block while we were leaving the desert. We're gonna use that in a boss fight after the end of Chapter 3. Oh.
You also see we got Voting Man.
I don't like reliving this. That was a very bad room. Yikes. You can do that all in very fluid motions if you do not do what I did.
I mean, like we said earlier, Mount Rugged has some pretty tricky movements sometimes.
Yeah, I believe this was the first time that I really made any major movement errors in the run was on that room.
Yeah.
And here, we need to talk to this sentient flower, because he gives us a seed. And these are quest items that open the entrance to Chapter 6, and we need all 4 of them, so we just grab them at the most convenient time in the route.
Even in glitch categories, there is no known way to enter Chapter 6 early without grabbing all the seeds.
Yeah, so no matter what category you're doing, you can bet you can bet that they're gonna be going out of their way for to pick up those seeds, because you can actually enter Chapter 6 from any story point in the game. Anyhow, we're off to Chapter 3 now, but first we have to pass through Toad Town. As usual, it is the main hub. This game honestly has a very well constructed world, especially for the time. It doesn't feel segmented. It almost feels open in the way that the zones connect to each other, to me, with the exception of Chapter 7 and 8.
Right. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, me too. So anyway...
Something you'll notice is that we skipped the train cutscene on the way back by mashing A and B.
Yeah, for some reason you can do that on the way back, but not on the way there, and I don't know if anyone knows why that is.
They just want you to, really take it in the first time.
Oh yeah. And to be fair, it is a good cutscene, especially for the N64.
Yeah.
So this is the spooky chapter. This is the Halloween chapter of Paper Mario. It is the ghost chapter, but actually the ghosts are not the bad guys. The ghosts are the good guys in this one. It's kind of interesting narratively speaking. They're being tormented by a creature that lives nearby, and not this guy. They're being tormented by a creature that lives nearby that likes to eat them for fun, even though they're incorporeal. He just eats them, and they don't like it very much. So this forest, there's not much to talk about. It's just more point A to point B. But if you're doing this casually, it's kind of a maze, and you find your way through the maze by picking the paths that are different than the surrounding areas. And here's the third seed. This is the easiest one to miss, too, I believe, if you're playing casually. Oh, and I when I do the forest, I'm always so hot and cold. Like, there are spin cancels that you do by spinning into the walls, like we mentioned earlier. That's one way to cancel your spin. It helps you avoid the enemies, but it feels kind of finicky to me in the forest. Like, I feel like I either get extremely fast ones, or I get extremely slow ones, and, like, there's almost no in-between for me personally. And this split is probably my weakest relative to other top players, I would say, is the section between Chapter 2 and Boo's Mansion.
Yeah, that split can be tricky for various reasons. Obviously, the forest and the spin cancels, but also just Mount Rugged itself on the way back, having to go through some of the trickier rooms on the split can lose some time.
Oh, speaking of, this guy's kind of like a mascot for me. His...
As you can see in the lower right corner of the screen.
Yeah, there's something... This isn't really Paper Mario related necessarily. I mean, he's from Paper Mario, but there's a channel point incentive, thanks to a good friend of mine. He suggested this. People can redeem channel points to change the text bubble that he says, and we use the sprite of him looking, like, shocked. It's the same thing I use for my split icon. So it has this vibe of, like, whoa, did you know this? And he usually says, like, a copy pasta or something. His name is Bootler. We call him Abu Boots on the splits and on the overlay because of Google translated fan ROM hack of this game, where he is introduced as Abu Boots Alcohol, and I just think that's so funny.
Yeah, a number of the split names come from that ROM hack.
Yeah, just for fun, you know. And like the next one, you can see Mario. That line is like the very first thing the third Star Spirit says to you upon meeting you in Book of Mario, and it's so silly that we have an emote based on it, made by a lovely friend of mine and everybody else's in the stream.
So here in Chapter 3, it's based around a couple of minigames that you played. First of all, to get the record, to put in the record player, to make the Boo get distracted so you can go get the weight, which you can hang from the chandelier to keep that little passage open for Mario to use. Yep. To get down here to play another minigame where you get the second equipment upgrade of the run.
And
the Boos needed to lightly torment you before they can ask you for help.
Yes, as they do. They're trickster ghosts. They have to mess with you before they can be like, oh, hey, by the way, can you get rid of that guy who's tormenting us? We're gonna torment you first. And actually, we tormented him first, and that's why we're in this predicament. But, like, really, please help us out. And you have to guess which Boo has the boots and which Boo has the record in those two mini games. And the length of these mini games is 100% RNG based, which, you know, I mean, it's an RPG. We're kind of getting off light, in my opinion. with what RNG there is present in this game. But random length of mini games is definitely one of the more frustrating ones. And
yeah, this one, the fuzzies.
I don't want to remember what I did here. Coming up is the biggest mistake of the entire run.
By far.
Yeah, it's not even close. I just go up here. You're supposed to use the super boots to get a portrait to complete the image. And I went up there, I was like, wait, what? And I talked to it twice, and then I tried to jump down over the railing and forgot you can't do that. So I was like, oh no. I sincerely thought, like, my run was dead when I did that, because it lost so much time.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
it was a pretty incredible comeback, honestly.
I don't think there's any possible way that I lost, like, less than 15 or 20 seconds from doing that. Like, that was so bad.
You generally lose around maybe about 4 or 5 seconds due to RNG on this split, on average.
Yeah, and then that happened, and I was so tilted I jumped in front of the door like 3 times because I was like, no! Oh, I was so upset, and yeah, you can actually kind of tell, like, my movement is really awkward for, like, the next 10 or 20 minutes or so. Just because I was still thinking about, wow, I can't believe I forgot the Boo Portrait. I've been running this game for a whole year. And I just did that. So this is, unfortunately, the worst mistake I made in the entire run, and we are still green after this, surprisingly, but it's coming off of such a strong Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, like, I'm gonna barely be ahead of my PB at this point, because I did that. Just more motivation to go in PB again, I suppose, because I don't like that this is in World Record. It's embarrassing. I want as few people to see this as possible. So
It makes a good story, but very very dramatic.
yeah, look at that. Plus 21.5 on my gold, and it was pretty much all my fault.
Yeah, this went from being the best run ever to a pretty average run at this point.
Yeah. Best run ever to, like, meh, I can beat it. Or I can beat this pace easily, basically. So, the whole interaction that happened with the Boos and the Star Spirit there, they saw the, Scholar is the only Star Spirit that managed to escape on his own while confined to his card that all the Star Spirits were trapped in. And he tried to go back to Starhaven, but he didn't get very far. He only made it to Boo's Mansion, and they captured Scholar and decided to use him as a bargaining chip to get Mario to beat up this guy who keeps eating Boos for no reason.
We did call the Boos the good guys of this chapter. They have some questionable methods, but you know.
Yeah, they're just tricksters. They're just being them.
Yeah.
But like, they need help, and they use what they have to their advantage to get Mario to help them. Honestly, considering how nice Mario usually is in these games, they probably didn't have to do that. You can see.
Although for a speedrun, you definitely wouldn't if they hadn't.
Oh yeah. You can see that my movement is still kind of tilted right there. I like jumped on a branch. I think that's gonna wear off pretty soon. But this chapter 3, definitely the weakest chapter of my entire run, I would say. Because of the Boo Portrait thing. I still can't believe I forgot that. Anyway.
Yeah, that's not something you see very often.
No, definitely not. And this was on purpose, don't worry, there's a reason I didn't scream just now. We actually get into this encounter on purpose to manipulate our HP. So we get first struck, take 2 hits, and then run away. And never mind the miss menu on Paracarry where I almost attacked one of them, that was just another, oh god, I'm tilted moments. And
yeah, so we've been talking about the badge Mega Rush for a while now. The badge that will increase our attack power when we're in peril at 1 HP, and we get that in this chapter.
Yeah, very soon actually. You know, there's another upgrade block right there, but we don't need it, so we don't use it. Paracarry freaks out. I guess freaking out means he opens his mouth and closes it repeatedly. This is an N64 game, so his like, oh god, Mario's been captured animation is the exact same as his talking animation.
And it's actually faster to get caught by those guards and get dumped outside the castle than going back.
Yeah, it is substantially faster, actually, because it's just a shortcut scene as compared to taking several loading zones and moving manually through the rooms. However, we never want to get caught again.
Yeah.
That's
Normally, you're supposed to use Bo's ability to turn invisible and hide from those guards, but if you're fast, you can just spin right past them.
Yep. And that Clubba wanted a friend. He saw me and immediately tried to, like, go through the room with me.
This is another room where you're supposed to use bow, but with precise angles, you can get through it in one cycle.
Yeah, if you're very, very fast, that's one of the tighter movements that they recommend in this category, especially for newer players. They're gonna have kind of a hard time with that. And here, Paracarry works weird sometimes. If you use his ability right next to that bookshelf edge, he actually pulls you way higher than normal, which allows us to skip pulling out a drawer. And that thing we just picked up is the Mega Rush badge. We're not gonna equip it until it's time to fight the boss, but you'll notice that we're gonna go from mostly using items and partner abilities to deal damage to suddenly Mario is doing 20 plus damage in a single move. So it's Mega Rush is a very, very powerful badge that basically writes the entire route by itself for glitchless, and in any category it's in, really. Anyway, those clubbers, they're not very good guards, as you can see. They're sleeping until you move past them, and they just are not nearly fast enough to catch up to you. Even if you stand still for a couple of seconds, like I did in that room with the key. Have you ever just had a home invader and caught them and chased them down, and they managed to get away from you because you're too big to fit in your own door frames? And then you're just like, well, I'm sure nothing weird is gonna happen, I'm just gonna take a nap.
He's stressed, he needs to sleep. How's he gonna deal with you all tired?
He needs his beauty sleep.
He needs his beauty sleep so badly that he goes to sleep in the middle of a home invasion. So, yeah, the key is alive for some reason, and wakes him up. The key actually has kind of funny dialogue. It's a key to the windmill in Gusty Gulch, where his heart is, which is the actual boss of this chapter. It's not him, it's his heart. I believe it's based on a Norwegian folktale, if I'm not mistaken. Like this chapter is.
I only recently found that out as well, actually.
Yeah, same. Like, only within the last month or so. But this chapter is based on a folktale where this guy's heart is, like, separated from his body, and he's, like, super powerful because of it or something. And actually, if you fight him, you can't do any damage to him.
Yeah, the name of this chapter in English is The Invincible Clubable. And Invincible is in quotation marks.
Yes. Big quotation marks. Almost as big as he is, because he's actually very, very weak. When we do fight him, he actually goes down in a single attack. Thanks to Mega Rush, of course, but he does still go down in one attack. And here, if you go fast enough and get lucky, this is another RNG moment, you can skip that text. I got the text basically on the last possible frame.
That was so close.
Yeah. It saves a little time. When the text pops up is RNG, and depending on where you are in your movement, it loses a different amount of time, but it's just faster to not get it, period.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're about to get out of the chapter of sloppy movement right here. I was still very tilted from forgetting the Boo portrait, but it's starting to wear off a little bit. Otherwise, I would not have made it through these rooms intact, because you cannot move around these Goombas, you have to jump over them. And if you're crazy and want to go fast, you just jump right over their heads out of a spin, which is kind of risky.
Watching you do that room is... I never don't get scared whenever I see you do that room.
It only saves like 2 seconds to do that, apparently, but it's free time to me. Anyway, Mega Rush, everyone! The combination of Mega Rush and Power Bounce results in an absolutely absurd amount of damage. And now would be a decent time to talk about Power Bounce, actually. It is a badge that we talked about it briefly earlier. It forces you off when you either drop the action command, or when when RNG decides that you have to stop. And there is a multiplier that every enemy has when you Power Bounce on them. and that multiplier is applied to a specific number, and then the number that you get out of that is your chance of being allowed to continue power bouncing on the enemy. So Tubba Blubba's heart has a multiplier of, I think, 80, I believe.
I think you're right, yeah.
So when you bounce on him, you have, to spare everyone the math, you have roughly a 16% chance of getting a 4 cap, and then you have a chance of getting a 5 cap, and you have a chance of getting a 6 cap, and then it tapers off. You want a 6 and a 4 during the heart fight. Oh, by the way, Tubba Blubba's dead. He's very weak once his heart returns to him. And the caps on power bounce are very, very important to the later stages of the run, because it's routed so that if you get the lowest possible, or the fights are routed so that the lowest possible likely outcome allows you to win quickly. In most cases with bosses, that's a 4 cap, but not all of them, as we'll see later. But we don't have to worry about power bounce caps for a little while at this point.
Yeah, there are some that later on can even be run ending.
Oh yeah, chapters 6 and 7 have some run ending ones, and chapter 8 has several that can end your run if the game just decides to make you stop.
Right.
On the other,
fortunately, with the safe route, it's just it's a major inconvenience, but you can still continue.
Yeah, and somehow I don't know how this happened after rewatching it. I don't know how I was only +1 on my gold with all the mistakes I made. Like, that was a very, very sloppy chapter 3, and I still ended up only +1, which I guess
I would not have guessed that.
Me neither. I guess that's just a testament to how well I was playing during this run, that I could make so many consecutive mistakes and still save, and still only lose like a second on my fastest ever split there. It was kind of the same with Prologue. There were plenty of mistakes in Prologue too, but it was pretty much the same story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 24:17 is not too bad for chapter 3 time.
Yeah. This run could have been a 123 though. It could have been.
Yeah, that's something to note, is no one has ever gotten a 123 chapter 3 on N64.
And this run was on pace for that until I forgot to do portrait. Chapter 3, definitely the worst chapter in the run. I'm glad I don't have to watch it anymore, because it's over. I lost like 12 seconds overall, or something like that, on my PB, and like almost 30 on my golds. Anyway, I think I'm going to use the restroom if you guys can hold down the fort for a couple minutes for me.
Alright, don't worry. I got you.
Alright, thank you. This is kind of a slow moment anyway, so I will be right back. Thank you guys.
Alright, so we just saved Skolar, the 3rd Star Spirit, and he has a very powerful ability actually. It's the first one that uses 2 star power instead of just 1. And his ability is called Starstorm, which hits every enemy on screen for 7 damage, which is super powerful, but it's really, really, really slow due to its animation. So we want to not use that if we can avoid it. And here we have our 3rd encounter with Junior Troopa. He learns a new ability and now he can fly. And so having Paracarry out to deal damage while he's in the air is very important. And we use that Thunder Rage that we picked up after Chapter 2 as well. And here's another instance of manipulating Peril. We block his first attack, and then we don't block his second attack to take a total of 9 damage, so we can activate Mega Rush and do that extra 4 damage per bounce. and then with another shell shot, we finish him off. And something interesting here is we do this partner swap now while we're in the forest because Toad Town is pretty laggy on N64 during Chapter 4 because you'll be able to see it here real shortly. There's an invasion of Shy Guys, and they are tearing through Toad Town, taking away everyone's stuff. Like right there, you can just see him running away with Tasty's frying pan. And so we're going to have to retrieve a few things and bring them back to their owners in order to progress through Chapter 4.
Several items we will not be retrieving. They're not important. Too bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of extra things you can bring back for extra rewards that aren't necessary to the story's progress, so we just skip right past them. Using Bo's ability in this room will make the Shy Guy think no one's watching, and then we learn that this is the entrance to Chapter 4. Something to note here, during the post-Chapter 3 Peach cutscene, Peach tries to escape from her room, and then Bowser catches her. And then he asks her 3 questions as to which of these 3 things is Mario most afraid of. And the answers are, there's 2 choices that are enemies and 1 choice that's an item. And so we scroll down to the bottom option, which is the item. You can see Candy Koopa just placed a mushroom there because Peach told Bowser that Mario's scared of mushrooms. And we do that so that we can skip having to fight an enemy guarding the chest in the rooms that we answer those questions for.
I have returned. My throat is worn out already. It's only been an hour and a half. Oh my goodness. It's been a while since the last time we did this, and the run was about 9 minutes longer, so I'm sure I'll be able to hold on, but goodness me.
It's been a long time since I've commentated over a Paper Mario run or a race or something like that.
Yeah, me too. Rip Paper Races. I'm sure it'll come back. I'm sure it'll come back soon. Chon seems to be very interested in reviving it. Speaking of Paper Races, sometimes I have participated in this before. Sometimes friends of ours get together to host a race on said channel, and we have people doing commentary, and generally it's pretty laid back. It's a good showcase of whatever we end up doing. I think mostly it's been bingos and glitchless runs.
Yeah, absolutely. This game is super fun to speedrun, and there's actually a very good beginner tutorial out there made by JCOG for glitchless.
Yeah, there's an excellent tutorial out there. JCOG did a fantastic job on it, and I honestly, I should sit down and watch it in full sometime. I know we were intending to do some, like, advanced movement tutorials, and I suppose I have time for that now that I'm not actively grinding out world record anymore. Yeah, maybe I should watch, watch his tutorial in full instead of, like, pieces like I did before when I was learning. I should watch it in full, for inspiration, so that we know how to make a good video, because his tutorial is very high quality.
Absolutely.
Yeah, after he posted that, there was actually a huge explosion of people coming to the category for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
I think we still see people coming in, that saw his video and wanted to give it a shot for themselves. JCOG's done a lot for the growth of this community.
Yeah.
Something important about this room, when we enter this room, we do a little lure for that guy, so that he doesn't first strike you when you come back. Because at this point in the game, you're at 1 HP from manipulating Carol off the Junior Trooper fight. So if you get hit at all, you die and lose your life shroom in like 20 seconds plus. So that lure is very important.
Did we talk about life shrooms yet? And why they're so important?
No, we haven't.
No.
Why don't you go ahead and talk about why life shrooms are important.
It's been an hour and a half. Life shrooms are, we need 2 of them for the final fight with Bowser later in the game. What they do is when your HP drops to 0 and you have a life shroom in your inventory, it restores 10 HP and revives you from the dead. And then the life shroom is consumed. So it's basically like a super shroom that revives you if you die in battle. So they are 1, necessary for a fast final Bowser fight, and 2, they are an incredibly useful backup for any number of things that can go wrong during the boss fights in this game. So we want 2, and we want to hold on to them until final Bowser. There are things that can take life shrooms, like that Sky Guy that we just talked about a little bit ago. He can first strike you when you have 1 HP, and in that case you just kind of keel over and die. So that can happen. You can get 3 capped on Huff and Puff. If you get a very low power bounce cap on Huff, he will kill you on the next turn, and you'll lose your life shroom.
The boss coming up can actually do the same thing.
Yeah.
If you get a bad tap.
Yeah, the next boss has the same multiplier as Tubba Blubba's heart, but you have less chances to attack him. So if you get 2 bad caps, then you are dead, and you have to use your life shroom and then pick another one up later on. Thankfully, that's not something that happens in this run specifically, but it is something that we need to be aware of in any kind of no reset situation. Like, you need to know what your backups are just in case you get these bad fights.
Yeah. Luckily, it only has about a 2% chance of happening with this route.
Yeah, it's like a 2% on 3 or 4 different fights can end up costing you a life shroom, and you just can't do anything about it. But thankfully, there are 5 on the route that we can pick up. So, and there's like a 6th that's like super nearby in Chapter 8. So even if you lose the maximum possible number of life shrooms to getting unlucky, you can still finish.
Yeah, there's a few that are close, and then there's a couple that you have to go well out of your way for.
Yeah, there's one like at the absolute end of the game that is both the most and least convenient spot that there could possibly be in a life shroom. It's the most because it's the end of the game. It's the last time you might need to pick an extra one up. But it's the least because it also happens to be like the furthest out of your way.
Yeah, requires a little bit of platforming too.
Yeah, but it is there. You know, should it be needed for whatever reason. And this is a bit of a skip here. It is allowed in glitchless because it's just a password. You're supposed to do some narrative backtracking into Toad Town to solve that block puzzle at Green Station, but the answer's the same every time.
Yeah.
And this room is the first major RNG thing in Chapter 4. There are some RNG platform cycles you have to try to make. I missed this one barely, unfortunately, and this is also the one that saves the most time.
Yeah, this saves about 5.5 seconds if the RNG is nice and your movement is good.
Yeah, unfortunately, my movement was basically perfect, but the RNG was like, nah, not today. But I'd rather that happen there than in this fight. And
oh yeah.
as you can see, it is dark, and this guy likes the dark. We can't see in the dark to target him. So we manipulate Peril, and we have to hit the lantern with our partner. And this is why we have limited chances to attack him, because we have to deal damage to the lantern to expand our field of view so that we can see him. And if you have 2 chances to attack him, and you need to do 40 damage. Which means you need either 2 5 caps or a 5 cap and a 4 cap combined with eating a Volt Shroom on turn 1. because
The Volt Shroom does a little bit of passive damage every time he hits you.
yeah, so we use that to reduce the RNG needed to clear this fight successfully. If we didn't have the Volt Shroom, I believe the chance of death would be around 30%, roughly.
Yeah.
Which is not great.
With the Volt Shroom, however, the chance of getting double 4-cap and dying is about 2%,
Yeah,
2.5%.
something like that. It's very uncommon for you to lose your life shroom if you use the Volt Shroom in the fight, and there's one conveniently right there, so we just pick that up every time. The time loss there was a little movement. Mostly it was missing the cycle, though. The RNG, so it was just kind of whatever. And there's another platform cycle here on our way out. We have to upgrade what? We pretty much only use her for this boss that's coming up, because she has a unique ability, and that her basic attack, which costs no FP to use, so it's very efficient damage-wise, actually ignores the enemy's defense stat. And the boss that we're about to fight has 2 defense, so we upgrade her to get a little bit of extra damage and to make the fight consistent as well. Because
In that room after the lantern goes, there's actually another RNG platform cycle there that saves only 2 seconds, and it requires you to have very, very, very good movement.
yeah, the RNG to hit that cycle is actually very common, but your movement has to be like almost frame perfect to get it. Even if it's, whether it's available, or when it's available, rather, you need almost perfect movement to get it, so.
And we did.
Yep. Sad about the other cycle, though. That one saves like 5 seconds. This could have been like maybe the fastest ever Chapter 4, too, if I got that. Because I got really good RNG in the boss fight, actually. So this boss fight consists of 3 waves of Shy Guys, and yeah, the power of Power Bounce combined with Mega Rush just wipes that first wave off the face of the earth immediately. We don't even need to max out our caps. There's no RNG, just a 3 bounce, and they're just dead.
This phase requires paralyzing one of the Shy Guys using Watt's ability.
Oh, that's the next one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. What they said is true, though. The next phase, we cannot clear out in 1 turn. But this one we just Starstorm, because they're just normal Shy Guys, but they're standing on stilts because they think stilts are cool. Which I believe that's a reference to Super Mario World, too. A lot of the things in Chapter 4 are Super Mario World 2 references, and Chapter 5 as well. So this one, they have a lot of HP. We have to stun this one, because we can't... They have 10 HP, and the only way to do 10 damage to one enemy in 1 turn is to do a jump combo. So we have to paralyze the second stack, like Morning said. And at this point, he gets tired of his underlings being useless and decides to fight you himself. And he does have 2 defense, so that's the first instance of Watt's defense penetration being useful.
And we use the Repel Gel, which makes us transparent, so attacks will simply go through Mario.
And there's another Power Bounce. It's one of the shortest ones we do on purpose because of his defense. We use it for a little extra damage. And you'll notice that he threw bombs at us. He actually has 2 attacks. He has he can throw a bomb at you, or he can use lightning to attack both you and your partner. The Repel Gel makes us completely immune to anything he tries to do to Mario, but the lightning attack actually paralyzes your partner for 3 turns if your partner is not made of electricity and therefore immune to it. So Watt doesn't care about that attack, which is another reason she's the preferred partner for this fight. Free attacks and free attacks, defense piercing, and immunity to the lightning attack makes her by far the best choice for this fight.
Yeah, otherwise that block is very annoying.
The reason we do care about the attacks, though, is the animation time. And you can see we golded the split because getting 2 bombs saves about 6 seconds over getting 2 lightnings.
Yeah, and plus hitting that platform cycle. I believe this is the first time that I ever got double bomb. No, this is the second time that I got double bomb and that platform cycle in the same split, which is why it golded, because it was just the faster of the two that I got that RNG in. Unfortunately, those things combined barely do more than the first platform cycle does. Like, if you get all 3 of those, it's like 8 seconds compared to 5.5 on the first one alone.
Now it's time to bake a cake.
Yeah, so it's a pretty long Peach cutscene that involves baking a cake for Gourmet Guy.
Yep, he got so hyperactive from the cake that Mario fed him that he jetted himself right into outer space and landed in the castle, so now he's like, well, I ate an entire cake 15 minutes ago, but I'm still hungry. Would you bake me a cake? I'll give you information. So Peach is like, okay. And these Peach cutscenes, as the game goes on, they're actually getting more involved, as you can see. We're downstairs now after getting the key to the lower section of the castle from Gourmet Guy so that we can bake him a cake. These are basically sneaking sections. You don't have any movement abilities because you're not Mario. You're Peach, so she doesn't. I imagine if she did the spinning that Mario does, it'd probably really mess up her hair. So I would assume that's, kind of out of the question for her. But she doesn't jump, she doesn't spin. You just walk and try to avoid the enemies. They take you back to your room if they catch you, which, depending on where they catch you, that can lose anywhere from like 30 seconds to probably a minute in the Chapter 7 one if you get caught right at the end.
Yeah, it'd probably be about a minute, I'd say.
Not that.
Fortunately, it's not very hard to dodge these guys.
Yeah.
They have consistent patterns.
It's a little scary if you're trying to go as fast as possible, but like it is very consistent. And you can see here that now, after falling way behind, we're back to plus only 1.1 on my best run ever to this point because of how good that Chapter 4 was. Even with the missing that big, massively impactful platform cycle, we still saved a lot of time on both PB and world record. Well, previous world record, I suppose. Alright, I know this looks weird. I did not gold by nearly 7 minutes. There's a strategy that a runner named Vernie uses that just came around recently. You have to bake the cake for between 23 and 36 seconds, and obviously speedrunning, we want to take it out as early as possible. So what Vernie does is he has a split called Cake In, and he uses the segment timer to know exactly when to take the cake out. And I liked it so much that I appropriated it for my own run attempts. I didn't want to change my splits because I was like already proud of my golds, but I decided to just prematurely split and then use the segment timer on the fake split for when to take the cake out, because without some kind of stopwatch, it's very hard to do this fast.
Yeah, and if you are just a bit too early or a bit past the 36 seconds, then you have to do basically half of the cake over again.
And we have no time for that. This is a run death point for anybody who's maybe not paying the most attention to what they put in the cake or how long they bake it for. This can kill runs very easily, because you would lose multiple minutes if you had to bake the cake all over again.
There goes Peach.
Yep, and Cammy overhears Gourmet Guy's appreciation for the cake. His very loud appreciation for the cake, and is like, I wonder what's happening in here. And Peach gets caught for it.
Fortunately, we already got the information we needed.
Oh yeah, so now Twink's gonna tell us that the next Star Spirit is on Mount Lava Lava, which is where Chapter 5 is. And this is the point where the chapters start to get longer progressively after Chapter 4. Like, Chapter 2 is pretty long, Chapter 3 is, like, a little less long. But Chapters 1 and 4 are really short. But once you get to Chapter 5, they get longer and longer to the point where Chapter 8 is, like, almost 40 minutes long by itself.
Yeah.
And Chapter 7 is, like, a minute short of half an hour or something like that on N64 if you're playing really well.
Yeah, there's quite a lot that goes on.
Yeah, so this is... We're out of the short tutorial phase-y part of the game, and the hand-holding is basically non-existent from this point on. Here there's a quick trick that saves about 3 seconds where you can, if you position yourself correctly before using Watt's ability, you can actually jump into this mini-boss on his first cycle, and we call that early Fuzzipede. It saves about 3 seconds or so. And here we just kind of let him wail on us because we want barrel.
Yeah, we're using the Volt Shroom we picked up in Chapter 4.
Yep, we got one in the storeroom and one in the room right before we fought Lantern Ghost, and we used one in the Lantern Ghost fight, we used the other one right here to get barrel while doing a little bit of damage so that a 4 bounce, which is the minimum you can get on this guy, always kills. He's not much of a boss, though, let's be honest. He's kind of extremely weak.
Yeah, the only thing that he can really do is he can take away your abilities, I believe, if you don't have Volt Shroom on.
Yeah, if he hits you and you don't block it, and you don't have a Volt Shroom on, then he knocks away one of your abilities, which is, first of all, it's slow. Second of all, you can't damage him if he takes away jump. So we have to use the Volt Shroom. There's no way around it, because we could get Peril without it, and then a 5-cap would kill him. But there's such a high chance that he'll just take away jump, and then you can't actually win the fight.
Mm-hmm.
That's, we don't mess with that in runs. And he is, I think he's the first major enemy to do this. There are optional enemies in Chapter 4 that take away your commands as well.
Yeah, but we skip all of those.
Yeah, we skip all of those, and the only other enemy to do that in the entire game, if I'm not mistaken, is Bowser himself in the final confrontation. Which
I believe so, yeah.
Also is something that can end runs if you're doing the risky route. So it's funny that this isn't like that relevant to speedrunning, I guess. I mean, it's just Colorado interrupts you several times. It's quite annoying, but quick aside, the route literally says ignore Colorado several times, like the beginner route does.
Yeah.
Just ignore him, he'll be fine on his own.
Do not help this man.
It's very slow. So you just spin past him again, he keeps getting in scuffles over and over again with random enemies.
Yeah, I think casually, like, you can hit the enemies that are hurting him or something, but that's completely unnecessary and slow.
Yeah, you have to fight them. Like, it actually takes you into a combat segment if you do that.
Yeah, he does complain quite a bit if you don't, but no, it's a lot faster.
I think he calls you a bad friend, but being a bad friend is fast in this instance, so...
Yeah. Also, what's he ever done for us?
Yeah, really. But he's kind of like, he's kind of like your second partner I guess, throughout a bunch of this chapter.
Yeah. Second, much worse, useless partner.
Yeah, because he never actually helps you in battle unless you get a bad cap on the boss, and even then, helps is in quotation marks, because
He tries.
he runs right into the lava, and then he's like, nope, too much, bye, and leaves. Leaves you to finish the boss off by yourself. So this is the...
Go ahead.
This is the point where this run overtook my best pace ever, and I believe it never falls behind that from this point on. Well, it might in Chapter 6 because of some RNG, but, like, this is the first part where I overtook my best previous run, like, in the mid-game.
Yeah, that, the way you grabbed that badge was incredible.
It's very scary. As was this. I thought I was going to softlock.
My god, yeah.
If you talk to the bush at the wrong angle, the game just softlocks and that's it. There's no coming back from that. Yeah, so I freaked out. I thought I softlocked, but I didn't, thank goodness. That was very, very scary. I saw that and I was like, no! I think I was like, please don't softlock, please don't softlock, please don't softlock, like, during the whole fight. Yeah, the game decided to be nice for once. Yeah. It decided it had tormented me long enough. See the numbers on the bottom of my screen. Oh, by the way, the Bowser one, I guess that's the only one we didn't explain. The Bowser is a subset of the actual runs where I got RNG'd on the final fight of the game. Since, you know, we use that too. And this guy is kind of a jerk. He's very hard to shake. Unless you do that exact thing I just did, in which case he's an idiot. And he can't process what he's seeing, so he, like, constantly sees you and loses you.
Speaking about what we can see, that room is super dark, and you need Watt to, well, you don't need Watt, but casually you need Watt to brighten the room and see where you're going, but there's a point where you've done that room enough times to where you just know the layout. But you do need to take Watt out in order for the baby Yoshi to stop crying.
Yeah, so you do need her out, but the input for that basically is get up there, switch to Watt, press C down twice to use her ability, and then put her away immediately. And what that does is the cutscene doesn't take over right away. So there are a few spots where you can do this, although that's the only one I can think of that's, like, just faster to do it that way. You can take Watt out and then cancel her ability immediately, and the cutscene plays as if you kept her out. Also, that guy can murder you.
That movement right there is actually really new.
Yeah, I discovered that movement, like, probably less than 2 months ago, where you bait him into trying to attack you by standing, like, on the bottom, and then you walk past him. This is the last time we use Bombette on an enemy outside of battle. Yeah, and interestingly enough, not only does it make this battle faster, but it skips an animation. This is actually maybe the most borderline thing that we allow people to do in glitchless.
Yeah, it may not be as intended, but it's not a major glitch in any way.
Yeah, like, people can't even agree on whether or not it's, like, for sure a glitch. That's, like, how borderline it is. But, anyway, the jungle is, like, the scariest place in, like, that partner's what scared me for a second. Both in the run and in real life just now. But, the jungle is one of the scariest places in the game because several enemies can first strike you and take your life shroom.
Oh.
And it's also the worst place where that can happen because it makes 2 of your fights require Starstorm, which is an animation that's over 10 seconds long. So, you know, there's a reason we don't use that very much, and the reason is because it is incredibly slow. It's very powerful, but very, very slow, so we only use it, like, twice over the course of the run, when we don't have any other options to deal with a group of enemies with Mario.
Yeah, this chapter also, if you encounter one of those enemies, it it it's not a guarantee that you can run from them even on the first try.
Yeah, they require a lot of. They require some very furious aim mashing to have a decent chance of successfully running away. And that's another mechanic. If you get into a battle that is not mandatory by the story, you can run away, and this is something you can't do without the. You can't mash to increase your chances of successfully getting away without having the Lucky Star, which is another danger of not picking that up in Prologue. But some enemies require more A presses to get away than others, and the ones in the jungle are very dangerous. Anyway, that bloke that we just passed back there was the last enemy we have to avoid in the jungle, so for now we're pretty much out of here free at this point. It's mostly just cutscenes left until the next split.
Mm-hmm.
And one battle, but it's over in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, getting past the jungle is the point where you can just breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, the jungle is definitely the scariest part, especially for newer players. I think this area is one of the highest learning curves. If I had to like definitively say what the hardest chapters are, I would probably order it 8 and then 5 and then 1 for like difficult movement that has consequences.
I agree 100%. Chapter 5 Jungle, when I first started running this game, this was my most practiced section of the game. Chapter 5 Jungle.
Yeah. Plenty of runners who otherwise have encounterless chapters often still have like 1 or 2 encounters in chapter 5.
It's just a very difficult chapter to avoid all the enemies in, for sure. And the consequences for failing to do so can be very, very bad as well.
Even at a high level, it can be tricky.
Yeah, for sure.
Like you can see there's 20 seconds to save on this split versus former PB.
Yeah, my former PB had 1 encounter here, but it was a bad one, if I recall correctly. Like, it wasn't just an encounter. It was an encounter after I attempted to do a lure and, like, ran away in circles around him, and then I got caught anyway. Which is why there's so much time.
Yeah.
An encounter typically only loses around 10 seconds, but that was an extra bad one in that run.
Yeah, any encounters are bad, but some like that can be a little more disastrous. And also, pre-chapter 1 encounters are pretty disastrous because you're really tight on coins and you need 50 coins to buy Speedy Spin. And if you run away from an encounter, you drop coins as well. You need to go pick them up.
You have to pick them up while also avoiding the same enemy you just ran from.
And sometimes others too, depending on where you are. It can get very messy very fast if you get into an encounter before you buy Speedy Spin. Especially on the bullet bill segment on the rooftop of Chapter 1.
Oh yeah.
Ugh.
And that's one reason, maybe the biggest reason that I would put Chapter 1 as the 3rd hardest chapter is because you have to manage that. Like, you can't run into an enemy and it's fine. Like, if you do, there's a chance that you're going to lose a massive amount of time, and the movement in some places is actually quite difficult to execute consistently.
And it's also a segment where you don't have Speedy Spin yet, so the timing for optimal jump cancels out of your spins is quite different than the rest of the game.
And all of those factors, when you put them together, result in a very scary chapter right at the beginning of the game.
Not to mention the RNG.
Yeah. Oh my god. There are a lot of reasons that Chapter 1 sucks. I've had conversations with other top runners of this game where they said, you know, I'd do more runs if we started at Chapter 2. And it's like, yeah, you know what? I don't feel the same, But I completely understand, because getting a run out of Chapter 1 is very painful sometimes.
Not uncommon to just see like an entire night of just resetting chapter 1 or 2 every time.
Oh yeah. Or just to speedy spin and frighten shot.
Oh, yeah.
Even if you're not making mistakes, just speedy spin and fright jar over and over again. And we talked over it just now. I hit a cycle that is somewhat difficult and saves about 15 seconds upon first entering the volcano. It was in the room where Colorado took a lava bath. If you do not want to take a lava bath yourself, you have to be very precise moving through there to hit that cycle. If you don't want to bathe or wait. So this puzzle is actually 100% skippable, but you can't do that in glitchless because it skips a story trigger, and that's one of the definitions that we use to determine what is and isn't a glitchless run in Paper Mario, is whether or not you skip mandatory story triggers, and that's one of them. So we just bite the bullet. It's you don't have to do that at all because of more collision abuse, but unlike the one in Chapter 1, this actually skips a value in the game's memory, so we can't do that.
You can skip a little bit of the backtracking to get around by just falling at a precise angle.
Yeah, which is what I did there, but doing the, skipping completing the puzzle itself is what needs to be done. Like, we can do whatever as long as we push those blocks in the lava.
Yeah, if you skip doing the block puzzle and just skip past the collision, when you come back, the block puzzle will be completed, even if you didn't actually do it.
Yeah, which is good, because otherwise you couldn't skip it and then get back to the other side.
Yeah.
But for the sake of a glitchless run, we can't take advantage of that.
Right there, we just upgraded Parakarry, and now he has a wonderful new ability that does massive damage to every enemy, no matter where they are.
It is an aerial power bomb, basically, and
Yeah.
a lot of the enemies, especially from Chapter 6 on, they are floating in the air, so we can't hit them with Bombette's power bomb, which is why we do a second upgrade on Parakarry. It also massively increases the damage he does. Proportionally, it's a massive increase. To where Shell Shot does 7 damage for 3 FP very fast. So that makes Parakarry like basically our best buddy for taking on bosses and mobs of enemies, more or less.
Yeah. Bombette technically has a potential ability to hit everyone everywhere, but it costs so much more FP.
Yeah, it costs more FP and it's slower than Power Bomb. And having the extra point of damage on Shell Shot is just so good for the bosses that we basically can't skip or can't easily route around not having that.
Yeah.
So this is another room that can be skipped with a very easy glitch, but it's glitchless. We can't do it. But it's kind of funny to note, the far right wall here, if you use Parakarry at a specific spot, you can just phase right through it, which is quite amusing to me. And you can overlap that heart block with the cutscene of Colorado talking to you, but I missed it by a hair, basically.
That was close. Yeah.
Literal pixels.
Yeah. It only saves about 2 seconds, but it is worth going for every time. And you have to wait for Colorado to talk to you up there, or the game soft locks also.
Yeah. This upcoming boss fight is most RNG heavy point in Chapter 5, because there's a possibility that on Phase 2 you can bounce 6 times on Lava Piranha, and then you can kill him a turn early without having to watch the Colorado burning himself cutscene.
Yeah, so it saves about 18 seconds to get the 6 bounce, and if you get anything less than that, you have to take an extra turn. So it's a 1-turn phase 2 if you get a 6 cap. If you get a 3, it's like a full 2-turn fight, and it's a 1.5 if you get a 4 or a 5. As you can see, we basically just mimicked Peril right here with his attacks. He does 5 damage, so blocking 1 and just getting hit by the other perfectly puts us at 1 HP. And you might have noticed that we equipped a badge before this fight. It's called Ice Power, and it lets us jump on this dude who's on fire without getting burned. And it also, fortunately for us, increases the damage we do with our jumps. And as you can see in this run, I did get the 6 cap. Actually, I didn't get capped. You can tell the difference because Mario will either fly up off the enemy, or he will fall off of them. But, yeah, we got all the bounces we needed. I didn't bother pressing A again because I didn't need a 7th bounce. It wouldn't have sped anything up, so... we got the 6 cap, and suddenly this run was starting to look kind of scary. Because that saves 18 seconds over the course of the run. It saves 21 in this split, but it loses you about 3 in the next one if you get it.
There is a partner swap in the fights that you then have to do in the next split.
Yeah, if you get a 4 or a 5 cap on Phase 2 of Lava Piranha, you just do that partner swap in the fight, and it's basically free. Like, you don't lose time doing that. So now we're nearly a minute ahead of my previous PB at this point, just at the end of Chapter 5. And at the time that I did this run, world record was 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 32 seconds. So this put me pretty much within half a second of being on pace to tie world record at this time.
And even so, you were ahead of... even with that, you managed to get 21 seconds ahead of former world record on the split.
Oh yeah, that's true. He had like a he had a high 3x. Now, I think it's possible. If I didn't have the Boo portrait issue and I still got a 6 cap, I believe I would have gotten a 208 chapter 5, which is another thing that's never been seen before.
Yeah.
And I
think the fastest is a 1x.
Yeah, and I threw it away by not picking up the Boo portrait.
Just giving yourself a chance to get it next time.
Yeah. Free 20 seconds of time save to just not
Stretching
doing
out
it.
content.
Yeah, yeah. It lets me keep doing runs longer. Anyway, that is the end of Chapter 5, which is the second most difficult chapter in the game, in my opinion. The only one that's harder than it is Chapter 8. Which, you know, being at the very end of the run, that is a very stressful... It's a very stressful place to have the most difficult chapter. Since it is the literal end of the game. But, here we are in another Peach cutscene. This is a common bathroom break place for viewers, because all we do is ruin a quiz show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that as in win, I mean ruin. Nobody gets to have fun.
We intentionally throw this quiz because if we won the quiz, we would get Peach would receive an item that is pretty useless.
Yeah, what's hilarious about the quiz is that from the second it starts, literally all you have to do to win it is mash A.
Yep. Because you gain a point when you answer correctly, you lose a point when you answer wrong, but the last 2 questions, the actual correct answer is 1. So if you just mash A through the entire quiz, you win 2-0-0. Because you don't even give them a chance to answer anything.
Yeah.
But instead of just winning the quiz, we throw it so hard that we don't even win. Because if they win, we get an extra cutscene. If we win, we get an extra cutscene. But we don't want an extra cutscene, so we intentionally ruin this game so hard that nobody gets to enjoy themselves.
I wonder where that hammer bro got that jammy jelly.
I don't know.
Stole it from the kitchen, I bet.
I think this guy's a Mushroom Kingdom sympathizer, honestly. He lets Peach play in the game, and he gives her an item that allows her to sneak out of her room by disguising herself as another person or enemy. And the thing about that is that, like, he has to know what she's gonna do with it, right? Like, surely he's not that dumb.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he has to know exactly what he's doing. He even tells you how to use it.
Yeah, and right here he helps you get out of there. He's trying to distract Bowser. As Bowser complains about him not getting to have fun with the quiz either.
Little did he know, he would have had even less fun if he had participated.
So here you can see Colorado's all sad and dejected because he thought he would be able to get the treasure into Volcano like the brave explorer that he is, but had to get carried out of there by the 5th star spirit, the star, to not get burned by the lava again.
Honestly, he's quite resilient. He got burned. If you have a 2-turn phase 2 lava piranha fight, he gets burned twice, and he, yeah, see, I only had 1 page of badges there. That sucks. It's weird that we were talking about that earlier. He's very resilient. He jumps off a ledge and falls really far, and he gets burned by lava twice, and he's, like, totally dandy.
He has he has the entire weight of, like, a stone-spiked, like, thing just bearing down on him, and then just gets up a couple screens later.
Yeah, he gets crushed. If you stay behind and, like, look at his model, he's like oozing. Like, I don't know a better way to describe that. He's just like
the sprite itself just kind of undulates.
Yeah. It's kind of disturbing. Poor Colorado.
Fortunately, you get to trade in the vase artifact that he was looking for all along, in return for the final magical seed that we need to access Chapter 6.
Yeah, there is the 4th bubble is like around here. He is in the jungle. We actually saw him a couple times when we were on the screen where we get Sushi to befriend us. But if you go and talk to him, he says if you talk to him before Chapter 5 ends, he talks about how the seed isn't ready yet. And if you talk to him after, he says he already gave it to somebody else. And it turns out that person is Colorado, who gladly exchanges the last magical seed to access Chapter 6 for the vase that came out of the volcano. Who knows why it was there, but
yeah.
For whatever reason, he wanted it, so he gets it.
And I believe that's the last we see of him for the entire game until the ending cutscenes.
I think
see him hanging around Toad Town for a while, but other than that...
Yeah, he's, like, on screen, like, once or twice, but we never talk to him again.
Yeah, if you talk to him, he'll tell you about an optional boss blocking the path back to Chapter 1.
But who wants to do that? We're speedrunning. We have no reason to go there again at this point. So
Junior Koopa swam across the entire ocean and somehow only lost half his health.
And, on top of that, why didn't he fly? He has wings. Poor little guy. This boss fight is the only reason we picked up Spike Shield back in Chapter 2. It lets you jump on enemies with spikes on their heads, and The only reason that we do that is because it is faster to do that than to use Starstorm on this fight. So
Yeah, recently I've been trying to theorize if picking up an extra Thunder Rage item would end up being faster, but it's not. So Spike Shield is the way to go here.
Still the fastest option somehow. And you can see in the last couple of rooms and right here how spinning onto a higher ledge cancels your spin. I know I mentioned that like an hour ago, but it is still true and very useful for quickly maneuvering around the maps. So the seed side quest, we give them all to her at once. You can give them to her at any time, but once the fourth one is planted, it spawns the door to chapter 6. And incidentally, no matter what point you are in the story, entering the door for the first time triggers chapter 6 for the first time. Anyway, Junior Troopa fight honestly would have been quite menacing if he had full HP, but you know, that fight would have probably caused problems because his attack power is really high, and he has the spikes. But no problems here, and now we have entered chapter 6, the next chapter of RNG.
Yeah, this one can be pretty big. We picked up a Fright Jar in the jungle, and we use it on the mole enemies that are coming up here real shortly. And there's 3 outcomes that can happen. The first one is you use the Fright Jar and both of them run away, which is a 25% chance to happen, and it's obviously the fastest thing that can happen. Another one is where only one of them runs, and that loses about 8 to 10 seconds roughly, compared to having them both run away. And the third outcome, that's a 50% chance, by the way. The third outcome is another 25% chance where neither of them run.
And that sucks.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened. Gee! Yeah, I agree. I agree, game. So yeah, they neither of them run away, which I had to use the slowest possible backup for this, which ends up making this split quite slow. You know, it's not that bad, but it's like 20 seconds if the jar just doesn't work at all, and Freight jars are useless anyway, so just gonna throw that out there.
You can see how we're at 1 HP again, and because we didn't block Junior Troopa's attack, he does 6 damage, which puts us at 4, and one of the mole attacks does 3, so conveniently manipulating Peril for these next 2 fights.
Yeah, and you'll see that we used Airlift twice, right there. The reason for that is because Airlift and Fright Jar do not give you experience points, so it's actually a routing thing, where Airlift is slower than if we just killed the mole in this instance. But we would level up at a bad time later on in the run, and later on being like literally right now. If we killed any extra moles, we would level up too early, and then this last fight would be really slow. There, I got lost. I couldn't find him for a second. I like heard the sound that he popped out of the ground, but he was kind of like halfway hidden behind territory. So I was confused. And that is the mole section, and that's almost all of the RNG in Chapter 6, actually. It's mostly just that, but there are a couple other things. Yeah. There are a couple other things, but like that's the big one that loses the most time, unless you get really unlucky on the chapter boss.
Yeah.
But that is another 2% chance to get screwed on the boss. So for the most part, the moles is like the only thing you have to look out for.
Yeah, the other things are relatively small.
Yeah, and here we have this room, which is not so affectionately nicknamed the Death Room by the Pig community, because it is a narrow corridor with enemies that are very difficult to avoid.
That was scary. I thought you were gonna get encountered there.
Me too. I was like, I was very worried about that. to the point where I took it super slow on the way back to the B because I saw that he noticed me twice. And you have to remember on your first way through there, you go there and then you go back because you just go in there for one item the first time. And you go through there a total of 3 times. But the first time is probably the scariest because the RNG on the enemies the first time you pass them affects the patterns that you'll see on the way back. And that can result in some very frightening near-death experiences when going through that room. The second and the third times aren't nearly as bad as the first. But they're still pretty scary. So, that flower was sad because there's no water and she's a lily pad. You know, if I were a lily pad and had no water, I'd probably be sad too.
Yeah.
So she asks us to get her water stone back. I don't remember why she doesn't have it anymore. But we have to go on a fetch quest for it, which is the bulk of this chapter. Is restoring the sunlight and the water to this community of flowers.
So this fight coming up here is a little interesting because we decide to attack with our partner first, because this is one of the 2 fights that we do need to use Starstorm. But when you use Starstorm and all of the enemies die, it'll overlap with their death animations, making it faster than if we use Starstorm first.
So if you have to use Starstorm, make sure you use it last and then it kills the enemies. That is the... See, their death animations were happening as Scholar was leaving there. Which is why it's less bad if you have to use Starstorm. It's less bad to kill enemies with it at the end of a battle than to just use it. Yeah, this room's really cool. You get a lot of spin cancels like off of walls in here, but you can't see where you are, so that just makes the movement going through there like really fun to do.
Yeah, that's a super fun room for sure. You get a lot of pretty sick spin cancels.
Yeah, Lopez and I once spent like 4 hours in there, just timing different movement options through this room with live split. It's just a lot of fun to move through here.
This game has a lot of fun movement. It really does.
That spin cancel I did right there at the end, going out, is actually, I think, my favorite spin cancel in the game. Because you barely touch the wall, but you touch it at, like, the right time. Anyway, we're back in the death room. And that was really scary.
Oh.
The walls were kind of closing in on both sides there. And that's why it's the death room, because of things like that. But I still got out of there with my pace intact somehow.
It's important to note that you're at full HP here, and you wanna be somewhere between 7 and 9 going into the spike fight. And if you get first struck there, they hit you for 6 if you don't block and 4 if you do block. And so that puts you below where you want to be. You'll have to, not only do you get an encounter that you don't want, but you also have to go out of your way to fix your HP.
Yeah, only thing, we don't actually have damage dodge equipped yet. So it's 6 or 5.
You're right.
But otherwise, that's accurate. Yeah, either way, that hits you, like, too low. So you have to do something to fix your HP if you get first strike. So not only do you get an encounter, you also have to pick up and eat an item, which is around a 10-second time loss, on average, probably.
Yeah.
It's probably a little less than that, but it's still bad. There's that flashy spin cancel again. That's the last we'll be seeing of that room. And we're already out of the death room. This run is still encounterless. I just got really lucky and then really unlucky back-to-back. So right there, note how we said that we want between 7 and 9 HP for the next boss fight. I took hazard damage on purpose to get to 9 HP at that point.
I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone take hazard damage at that spot.
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about it, so I just did it there. So yeah,
You can just take damage wherever you want, honestly. It doesn't really matter.
So yeah, my PB was a double success, but badly executed on the moles. So I lost 24 seconds to gold, but only like 5 or so to PB, because this was where that split was where my second encounter was in PB, and I also moved very poorly. And by comparison, this was incredibly clean, even though I got unlucky on the moles.
Yeah, lucky on Lava Piranha, unlucky on the moles.
It about evens out. Like,
Yeah.
it roughly evens out to average RNG. But I was excited when I had the Lava Piranha 6 cap, and then sad when the moles happened.
Yeah, so if you took damage earlier, you can grab that other bubble berry to get back up to full HP.
Yeah, and a lot of runners, actually almost everybody does this. They grab the second bubbleberry anyway, even if they don't need it to use as a backup to restore their HP into the range they need for the spike fight coming up here in a bit. And this is another RNG point. This usually doesn't happen, but there's a bee on the other side of this spike gap, and he can see you and encounter you. He can even be first struck by you, actually. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
If he's too close and he sees you, I got kind of lucky right there, because his position was really bad, but he just wasn't looking my way when he could have come after me, so... if that happens... Yeah, it's pretty rare. If that happens, it's really unlucky. You lose about 10 seconds, probably. A little more if you get first struck or first strike him.
Yeah, those bees do a ton of damage.
You can see this is... I think this is the last time... No, there's one more time I do this. Paracarry floats through the floor. That's not what I was going to say, I was just distracted by it. I often do my partner swaps at a time where I can, like, mash C-right to pull up the partner menu. Whether that's being at the end of a jump, where I do my partner swap, or even better, when my spin cancels, like, on a ledge. And that lets you basically frame perfect buffer a menu. Or buffer a frame... Bad. Yeah. It lets you buffer a frame perfect menu, more or less.
And that's another thing about this game. I don't know if we really touched on it that much, but the menuing in this game is super crisp.
It is very, very nice. In almost every instance, you can use the Z and R buttons in addition to the stick to menu, and basically everywhere except the strategies menu in battle and the badge menu. You can use Z and R to increase the speed of your menuing. And the menu is also active, like, before it even shows up. It's like, if you just press the button, and then you do the right inputs in the right order, you do not have to visually see the menu to do your menuing. So you can actually menu so fast that you can't even see what you're doing in a lot of cases.
And here we're about to get the last partner.
Yes.
In the game.
This is the last partner, and also the most broken one for the purpose of speedruns. The any percent route focuses on getting to chapter 6 as quickly as possible to pick this guy up, because you can just clip through a variety of places just because.
Yeah, collision doesn't always take into account our friend's new hitbox, I should say.
Yeah. So it's glitchless, of course, so we're not going to do any of this, but, like, there's a huge variety of things that are possible with Lackluster that you otherwise can't do. Lots of major sequence breaks, and even skips, too, that are possible with this guy. but he's still useful in glitchless because he has another ability once he's double upgraded that is one of the fastest ways to end fights because he just blows all the enemies away. You ever just get, you ever just get so tired of one of your problems that you just and then you blow them away? I do that with ants. Lackey does that with enemies.
Yeah, we'll get to see it a lot in Chapter 7. He uses it like 5 times.
Yeah, it is used excessively in Chapter 7 and 8 in almost every enemy encounter that you have to do by the story. So you might notice we upgraded HP there for the first time. This is the only time we do that in the entire run. We upgrade HP to make it easier to manipulate Peril. There's no other reason. A lot of things at this part of the game start doing more and more damage, so this is when we start using, or when we upgrade our HP and equip damage dodge to more easily manipulate our health to 1. To get the Mega Rush boost for every fight that we don't Hurricane, basically.
You can see here we destroyed I think it's called the Huff Puff machine?
Something like that.
Oh, yeah, the puff machine.
Something like that, and that's what was causing all the clouds to block up the sky. So you can see the sun rises into the sky, everyone's happy again, the flowers are smiling.
And apparently, apparently the clouds just disappear instantly, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You break the machine, and then they disappear, almost as if the clouds were just like holograms. They're just gone.
Yeah. I think it was because the sun couldn't destroy them faster than they were being produced. So once the machine was broken, you could just
the sun can just rise, and then the clouds are gone.
Yeah.
So here we are. This is another restroom break for anybody that needs one. Generally speaking, this is nothing happens for about a minute once you get to this part of the run, because you have a very long beanstalk growing cutscene and then a beanstalk riding cutscene. And the Chapter 6 boss is pretty much immediately after.
Yeah, an excellent point to read donations.
Yes, for sure. There's so little anything happening here. I like how the clouds are shaped like candy in the background there. You can see a badge up there in the upper left corner that is also extensively used. We use it in basically every boss fight after we get it. Not all of them, but very close to it. And it allows us to charge up our jumps, which in combination with the +4 attack that Mega Rush gives us, allows us to do an absolutely obscene amount of damage per hit with Power Bounce.
Yeah,
So
I get to see it on this next boss. Huff and Puff has 60 HP.
We kill him in one turn. You just outright murk him in one move. It's really, really crazy.
Also, that wasn't a mistake. It's actually faster to take that loading zone to reload the cloud's position to the bottom so that you can get on it.
Yeah, that cloud is on a cycle, which is why we do that this way. That rebadge actually is one of the ones that gave me the most trouble when I started running this game, but now that I've been doing it for a while, it's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's a pretty nifty rebadge.
It just feels so clean and fast. And the reason my menuing is slower on the badging, by the way, is because Z and R like flip the pages of badges that you have instead of like moving the cursor. So the badge menuing is like stick only compared to basically everything else being stick and button menuing. Anyway, we're basically just standing here menacingly as he beats us up for this entire boss fight. We want to manipulate Peril here, which makes it very convenient that he gives us an attack that lets us take any amount of damage that we want.
Yeah.
So by blocking one attack and then taking 6 damage from the wind, his last body slam puts us right in Peril. And look at that damage! That poor cloud just drops like a rock after
Never stood a chance.
yeah, after getting smacked by that. We stood there staring menacingly at him for about 30 seconds, and then the power bounce happens, and almost every boss fight from this point on pretty much just looks like that. It's the fastest way to, in combination with shell shots, if needed for a little extra damage to ease the RNG, is the fastest way to take out any boss in this game after that strategy becomes available to us.
That's actually the reason we swapped the paracarry there, is because there's a pretty decent chance that you'll get capped at 4 bounces there, and Huff and Puff will still be alive. So swapping to paracarry ensures that if that happens, a shell shot will do enough damage to finish him off.
Yeah. So he, Huff and Puff, very much, very, very resilient, but not resilient enough to take a 4 bounce followed by a shell shot. So, that boss fight is actually quite a problem if you go off route, because his first 3 or so attacks are scripted, and that's what we use to get in barrel. But after that point, it's like a little less sure what he's about to do. And if you hit him, it changes the script completely, which is why we aim to kill him in 1 turn, aside from it just being fast. Because when you hit him...
He releases Tough Puffs, which can do damage on top of him.
Yeah, and he can consume them to heal himself as well. And he has a Desperation attack at super low HP, actually, where he does a bunch of damage and then more damage for each Tough Puff that's still alive. So, Huff and Puff has a bit of a reputation for being one of the most difficult parts of the game for casual play.
Yeah, I think he can like charge himself up and hit you for like 15 health, which is quite a lot.
Yeah, it is. And but in the speedrun we just kind of murk him.
Yeah.
He doesn't stand a chance. But any kind of off-routing in that fight, though, is, like, aside from Final Bowser, that might be the most dangerous fight to go off-route in.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sympathetic Camera Bro gave Peach an item that allows her to mimic the appearance of whatever she points the parasol at. So this guy is late for his shift because, as clubbers are apparently, he's very lazy. So you mimic a Koopa Troll, go up, talk to the shift manager. He's like, "Hey, can you go wake this guy up?" And then you just become this guy instead. And he's like, okay, go ahead. And this is a very long Peach cutscene, but there's not a lot going on. It's just a lot of walking.
Yeah. No exciting cake baking.
Not this time. Actually, this is the last playable Peach cutscene as well.
Yeah.
After this, it's all Mario from the end of this cutscene on until the end of the game.
Yeah, Bowser briefly comes in to torment Peach, but it's, you can't move or anything in that scene.
It's a famous B button scene, where you hold B for about 50 seconds, and then you get to play the game again. This is kind of funny.
Yeah. Kami Koopa, notices you because you smell way too nice to be a clubber.
Oh, yeah, and that's how she catches you. It's not that Twink is following you around the whole time, who is often seen with Princess Peach. It's because you smell too nice. And she catches you.
She'd recognize the scent of peaches anywhere.
Must be some very distinctive perfume. Or maybe she just hates clubbers. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell.
Oh, wow.
But she does tell you that you're doing a good job just standing there before she notices you smell nice.
Maybe she just knows that guy sleeps all the time and she's like, wow, you're actually here? Great job.
Yeah, it took her a second to realize the scent.
She's like, wait a minute, there's no way it's him. So anyway, you don't get any information from Twink for this chapter, but Merlin's there, and the NPCs in town tell you to go visit Merlin, and until you go into his house and trigger that cutscene with the Ninja character, the door to Chapter 7 will be locked, and this is why you actually can't access Chapter 7 early, despite having the upgrades to go there in late Chapter 6.
I'm pretty sure my first ever run of this game, I forgot to talk to Merlin, so I did all of this Tokusatsu stuff and had to go back.
Oh, goodness.
Oh.
Anyway,
it's an easy mistake to make, too.
Yeah, that's a mistake. That's one of those that you only make once and never again.
Yeah, I think I've done that before, too. So anyway, this boss is so weak that we don't even need Mega Rush. We just charge a couple of times and then go ham on him. There are 3 bloopers in the sewers, and this is the only time we go into the sewers in Glitchless, but the sewers has fast travel pipes and a variety of goodies you can pick up, but none of them make it faster, or none of them are so good that it's faster to pick them up, so the only time we come here in Glitchless is to get the Ultra Boots and then move on to Chapter 7. And this little segment right here, up until the next time we level up, is perfectly routed on both HP and FP. You can see right there I waited for the Spiny because I was scared again. At this point in about Chapter 6, I started slowing down in places that were kind of scary because I didn't want to lose my pace to something silly. And
yeah,
there are
has a ton of ways for it to go wrong. Lots of encounters.
The Cirrus has a very high confirmed kill count on my runs, which is why I kind of like waited for that Spiny to notice me on the way there. I was like, we're not doing this today, buddy.
And it's not just those Spinies. There's these guys.
Yeah, these guys can attack you from off screen, and they're so fast that you can't really react to them. Unless you're, like, listening for an audio cue, so my movement always looks super weird in that part. I'm pretty sure I never do the same thing twice.
Yeah, I think around here you commented that they gave you a pattern they've never done before.
I've never seen them do that before, yeah. Like,
yeah, it's never consistent either, so you can't just do the same movement every time.
Yeah, so I kind of just, like, walk for a while, and then I try to react to the sound of them noticing me, but that doesn't always work. Because sometimes they're, like, off-screen, but they're, like, so close to being on-screen that you still can't do anything about it. There is a consistent way to avoid them, but it's very slow. You have to reload the room. And I don't want to do that, so...
Yeah, that's very not worth it.
Yeah. I tried to swap from Lackluster to Lackluster. I think that's the only time I did that in this run. I might have done it in Chapter 1 once too, but it gives you an angry beep and tells you no, you can't do that. That's impossible. So, here's a murder mystery.
Oh yeah, Maru has killed the mayor, or at least so his wife thinks.
And they tell you, we're not going to incarcerate you. We're just going to trap you in town. And, you know, ignoring the fact that if he really did kill someone, he could just kill another penguin to leave. Whoever's blocking his path, right? But they didn't think this through very well. They're like, we're not going to incarcerate you. If you're not the murderer, find who the actual murderer is.
Well, maybe they know Mario's reputation, and they know he can just power bounce whoever he wants.
Yeah, basically. At this point, we're so powerful that basically nobody stands a chance against Mario at this point in the game. We are way too powerful at this stage for any of these NPCs to actually stop us if we wanted to just leave. But they didn't program the game that way, so we can't do that. we have to do this instead. So, basically, you're like, the murderer must live in the only house that I can't just walk into. So, you go and, you slide off the roof of the house next door. This guy's an author, and Mario's like, he's introverted, so he must be the murderer.
He does write murder mysteries, to be fair.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
And for some reason, his floor does this. Yeah, I don't know either.
One interesting guy.
I got stuck on the corner there. That movement, I really like that movement out of that room. Because you can jump right when his... There's something weird that happens with him, where he will randomly divert your momentum like 180 degrees. Somehow. Like, when you're trying to leave that room, nobody knows why that happens, to my knowledge. But if you jump at the right time, you can basically just negate that. And it looks like a normal room if you execute it well, but it is anything but. So anyway, turns out nobody checked his pulse. He's not murdered at all.
He just slipped and hit his head.
Yeah. Nobody checked his pulse. Nobody called any medical professionals. They're just like, yo, Mario killed him, dude. It's almost like a game of Among Us.
Are there any medical professionals in Shiver City?
I would assume at least one of the penguins knows penguin physiology.
There's a Toad House.
Yeah, why didn't they just take him over there and tuck him in?
That's like basically a hospital.
Yeah, no kidding. So anyway, that was a little side quest. It's a brief 3-minute or so intermission from the actual gameplay. It gives you a chance to kind of catch your breath. It's fairly late in the game, so you have to take advantage of every opportunity you get like this to revitalize yourself, so to speak. Since it's such a long run.
Right after that is a junior fight that can be scary if you use a risky strategy.
I did not, and it's a good thing I didn't, for reasons you will see.
Yeah. So, when you do start attacking Junior Troopa, you need a 5-cap, I believe?
Yeah, a 5-cap Peril is, with 2 charges is a perfect kill. But he can 4-cap you. It's very rare, but it can happen. And
only like a 16% chance or something?
Yeah, and this is why we attack with Parakarry on turn 1, just in case it does happen. And lo and behold, it happened. So, I was like, wait a minute, I have to skydive, so I started mashing the A button and then realized that I was on the strategies menu. So I lost a fair bit of time. But, you know, it's a very cut and dry, easy, safe fight. Unless you don't attack with Parakarry or swap to him, in which case you have like a 16% chance of losing your life share. And
yeah, it saves about like, what, 5 seconds, you'd say? 5-6 seconds?
Yeah, it's kind of beefy. It's kind of beefy for something that's so likely to work.
Mm-hmm.
But I chose not to do it this time, and I'm very glad I made that choice, because yikes. That would have, I don't know if I would have still even world recorded if I had died there. I might not have.
Probably not.
Now, if I didn't,
definitely not 343.
If I didn't have the boot portrait issue, I might have still world recorded. But I'm still making up for that about an hour and a half later. So here we are. So this is mostly fluff too. We're out of the really scary part of Chapter 7. Which is just sewers through Junior. The Junior fight is the most stressful part of the chapter. The rest of it is mostly really chill. No pun intended, of course. So anyway, he gives us a scarf.
There's
for why? Like, you just talk to this dude and he just hands you a scarf and Mario's like, okay.
I'm pretty sure he says it's like it's been passed down through generations or something.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a snowman. There's a row of snowmen between Shiver City and Starborn Valley. One of them is very conspicuously missing a scarf. and the other one is very conspicuously missing a hat. And this is, that's the quote-unquote puzzle. Because he actually, he tells you to go back and talk to the Mayor Penguin, so there's a little bit of backtracking here. It's very short.
It's not even a puzzle. It's just go there, get the bucket.
Go there and do things. And I think it's funny that instead of, like, just giving you a hat, he gives you a bucket.
Yeah. And, like, does no one in Shiver City have a bucket? Like, wouldn't you think a penguin kid would go out there and notice a snowman without a bucket hat and give him one?
You would think so. And for that matter, the people in Starborn Valley, like, do none of them have buckets so that we don't have to go back to Shiver City? Like,
yeah.
Is this a bucketless haven? Are they outlawed or something? Like,
yeah, Starborn Valley is completely filled with, like, children's stars also. Like, some of them have to sneak off into this area sometimes.
Yeah, surely. You would think. But no, it has to be the bucket that the Mayor Penguin owns. And once you place the bucket and the scarf, you are now allowed to move on to the next part of the game. This is the back half of Chapter 7, pretty much. Not really the back half. We're actually close to like 2/3 of the way through it because it's so long. But this is like it feels like this is the natural dividing point to me between the beginning and the end of the chapter.
Yeah, I kind of split this off into 3 sections, like getting into Chapter 7, this, and then entering Palace. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah.
Most of the chapters other than 8 kind of have that 3-act structure.
Yeah. And Chapter 8 is just long.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could 3-act Bowser's Castle, but not Chapter 8 in its entirety. I'd say Chapter 8 is like basement, quiz, and then boss gauntlet, I would say.
Yeah, door 1, and then the end.
Anyway, this is the first time we use... Wow, I can't believe how fast my partner swaps have gotten there. This is the first time we use Hurricane. You just mash A and B. This is not the easiest command in the world, but...
it sucks.
Yeah, with practice, it gets pretty easy to 100%. It's more... Interestingly enough, it's more important that you press A and B at the same time than that you press them quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is something that trips up a lot of people who are learning the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway,
really long cutscene.
This is very long.
Yeah.
This is a long cutscene followed by another very long cutscene.
Yeah.
With like a very small amount of movement in between.
Another good time to read donations.
Absolutely. Even Mario falls asleep. He's so bored by the cutscenes that he can't even stay awake.
I'm glad that's one thing they kept in all of the Paper Mario games. Just Mario having a terrible attention span.
Yeah, it's so relatable, isn't it? Mario's just like, I don't care about this. Anyway, here's the other long cutscene. It is stairs time.
I hope you like stairs because that's literally all the cutscene is.
There's a lot
Just
of
walking stairs, ascend.
It feels really nice to get up these stairs cleanly, though.
It does. I don't even think I managed that. I think I messed up. Yep, there it is.
Yeah. It's pretty common to have 1 or 2 mistimed jumps.
I am not the Stairmaster. I believe that title belongs to another one of our runner friends. So that
you can see Bobnet struggle to keep up.
Yeah.
Until she just gives up and starts teleporting. Anyway, the time loss on Gold was because of the 4-cap on Junior and the fact that I went safe instead of risky. It's not that much slower, but like getting a 5 cap is like so clean and so fast. However, I was not at this point. I was very much not willing to risk my pace on that, and for good reason.
Yeah. So right now we're in Crystal Palace. The whole gimmick with this is like the mirror. A lot of the puzzles, quote unquote, involve like manipulating the mirrors.
Yeah, and you can go on both sides, and it's revealed in many instances that your reflections are actually duplicates. So, here we just switch to Lackey and blow our problems away again.
Yeah, these duplicos, they're actually pretty beefy.
They are. They have 15 HP.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage too.
They are probably the most dangerous, like, basic enemy in the game, aside from maybe Koopa Trolls. And maybe Hammer Bros. Situationally, though. The duplicos are very, very difficult to dispatch quickly, no matter what your setup is. So basically every route that doesn't need to kill them for experience uses an ability like Bo's Spook or Lackluster's Hurricane to dispatch them without actually fighting them. Anyway, I don't know what the architecture of the palace looks like, where that's a thing, but I guess it is. The whole place is built on like some kind of sliding hinge or whatever to allow the entire thing, except the entrance, to move up and down like that, or the entrance and not every. Actually, yeah, it's just the entrance, isn't it?
Yeah, quite interesting, honestly.
Yeah.
This was my favorite character as a kid.
Fascinating ancient architecture, truly.
That's what all the stairs are for. Have a nice elevation so you can't notice it going up and down.
Yeah! Very true. Very true. Anyway, we're coming up on the 3-hour mark right now, and we're in late Chapter 7. And if that tells you anything about how long Chapter 8 is, that the total run length is so long, despite us being almost done with Chapter 7 already. I don't know what will. This is very, very long. Final chapter. Final 2 chapters, I guess. Oh my goodness. I don't think I realize I'm doing it that fast anymore. I think I just do it, and then I don't think anything of it, and then I watch it replay, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that's just how good this game's menuing is.
Yeah, it really is nice.
But that's another thing. That's a big difference between a beginner player and a top runner. The menuing speed is crazy.
Yeah, in Palace, like, I slow down, too, in Chapter 7 for menuing. Like, I slow down substantially if I'm on good pace at this point in the game. And, like, my menus are still looking like that. Or maybe I'm just imagining it. Maybe I'm, like, just thinking I'm being more careful. That may not be the case. But, yeah, it gets scary when you're this late, because a miss menu when you're on a pace like this, depending on what exactly you do, could just totally end your run.
Yeah, well, if it's in battle, yeah, that would be a much bigger mistake. And even out of battle, if you miss menu to the wrong partner, having to menu again would be an extra 2 to 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's a very costly mistake to make, to switch to the wrong partner. And in battle especially, like, if you don't Hurricane, there we go. I love that partner swap.
It's an interesting one. I've never seen that before.
I just started doing it recently. I was thinking about, like, different optimal places we can switch partners, and right after a spin cancel is, like, a nice, on a ledge is, like, a nice place where you can buffer that.
Yeah, that one's pretty cool.
Anyway, I wonder who Cooper is. This is definitely one of my favorite puzzles in the game. Quote-unquote puzzles. The route says Cooper is the real Cooper, which is something that amuses me greatly.
I love how the Duplighost even tries to guilt trip you for hitting your own brother.
Yeah, he does! It's like, come on, really? After all we've been through? And you might notice that sometimes I use hammers to cancel my spins instead. Like before the Chapter 5 first strike. I do that when my spacing needs to be precise or when I'm trying to avoid a stutter from a partner. Grounded or flying partners don't have this issue, but when you're using a grounded partner and they're in mid-jump, you can see how they imitate your actions as they follow you. If they're in mid-air when you try to call them and use their abilities, they will stutter in place in the air and not do anything, which is quite annoying overall. And that's why sometimes I will hammer cancel, and we should have talked about hammer canceling a while ago. It's not a huge thing, it just saves a few frames, but when you use your hammer, if you press B again at the right time, it cancels the animation. So you can
Yeah, it's not
move
used
faster.
very often, but it can be useful in some situations like that.
Yeah, anytime you hammer and it doesn't trigger a cutscene immediately, hammer canceling is the right play.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like one of those tiny frame savers. Hammer canceling and then quick jumps as well. There are a lot of things like that in this game that add up to a surprisingly technical RPG as far as movement goes.
Yeah, hammer canceling is not something that's really talked about very much for beginner players, but it is a mechanic that is there and can be pretty useful.
Yeah, it saves a bunch of time over the course of a run, and it also, the reason that we always jump instead of hammering is because we still move while we're jumping. But, in the case of, specific spacing, if you really need, like, super specific spacing to do something, hammer cancel stops you, like, right there in a very specific spot. I also use that on this puzzle. I think I do it more in Chapter 7 than anywhere else. But, something else that can happen, that's another reason I do that, is, if you pass by an NPC or something, your A press can get interpreted as an attempt to talk to the NPC if you try to jump past them, and your A input can get eaten, and that doesn't happen to hammer, which is another reason, which is why I do it in that room specifically. Because you can get your A input to cancel your jump. Itself can be canceled by the NPCs that you have to talk to. So hammering is just, like, it's not faster, but it's much more consistent, I think, to do it that way, if you have to interact with them a lot. Anyway, this guy.
Chapter 7 boss, Crystal King.
He's a little beefier than
These blocks suck.
Yeah,
especially for players.
you have to...
Yeah, there's a different variation of this fight for beginner players, which does a rebadge before fighting him, so that you only have to block 1 out of 3 of those crystal bits, but it's slow.
Yeah, it loses like 12 seconds or something like that to do it that way. Meanwhile, doing it this way is scary. Because you have to block 5 out of 6, and they're very fast-moving projectiles. Anyway, we got 4-capped here. It just loses some time because we have to shell-shot him at the end. But the only version of that fight that's like really bad is similar to Huff and Puff. You have a 2% chance of getting 3-capped on this fight on Power Bounce, and there actually is no like super reliable backup. You can still win the fight most of the time, but in a marathon setting, we would almost always save before fighting him just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, 98% of the time it's not a problem, so... And we have collected the Chapter 7 card, so the rest of this run is just Chapter 8. And it is long and it is very stressful. It is easily the hardest chapter to go fast in.
Absolutely. There's a lot of tricky movement that you have to do.
Yep, and this isn't even a Peach cutscene. Or this isn't even a Peach intermission, you just watch a cutscene like in Prologue.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm not even sure what you're saying here.
Bowser has just gotten news that the last Star Spirit has been rescued by Mario, so he's preparing for Mario's siege on his castle, basically.
Yeah, we know that Kamek was working on something as a backup, but we don't know what.
Yeah, she has some kind of plan in store for when we get there, which we'll see later.
Yeah.
And Bowser smacks Twink right there, just yeets him right out of the sky. That cannot feel good. We know Bowser's pretty strong by the ending of this game.
Ugh. Twink's a tough little guy.
Absolutely. But he doesn't show up again until almost the very end after that. So we got the last Star Spirits. We have to do a rebadge and a partner swap here. And after this we move to the end. I'd like to point out that we're not gonna see the payoff to this for a little bit. But that is not the normal rebadge that is used. Even if you look at the world record route, or former world record route, I guess, there is another badge that is picked up and equipped at this point, and I did not even pick it up. That was back in the post-Chapter 1 section, because there is a new strategy that was discovered within the past year that is incredibly difficult to execute, that we'll be seeing a bit later.
Yeah, the previous world record stood for just under 2 years, and it was broken
2 days before it was
Yeah.
2 years old.
And so the new strat that was found for the Door 2 segment of Chapter 8 is the hardest thing that you have to do in the entire run. And it's super late in the game.
Yeah, it is the hardest thing we do in RTA for glitchless, and it's not even close. Like, it's very far removed from anything else, both in, like, the difficulty in executing it and the punishment if you get it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Both time-wise, and you can just straight up die. Fortunately, this run nailed it, so we'll be seeing that in a little bit. Actually, you can see the split already. It's their cannon jumps. It is exactly what it sounds like. They're exactly what it sounds like. So now we are. This is a mostly cutscene segment. For a while, we are just heading up to Starhaven. They can the Star Spirits, now that they've been rescued, can invite us to the sky to meet them in person and to bestow their power upon us for the final confrontation with Bowser. And they also conveniently have a way for us to access his castle, which is still floating in the skies above the Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah. Once again, Mario doesn't need to breathe in space.
Oh, absolutely.
Inhuman.
This room is pretty interesting, as there was recently discovered a way to get past these guys while going really fast without having to stop, but it's also pretty tricky.
It's very difficult. I did the move. You can make the enemies go out of bounds in this room. I did that on the first enemy, but not the other two, because I was like, wow, I might world record, I better be careful. Basically. Because I was like, I have a history of messing up that movement, so I took that room very carefully, and will continue to do so. A lot of my time loss in Chapter 8 was from me being a little baby, and not going for the fastest possible strategy, because I wanted to lock in my pace. I think my decision-making heading into this was like, if I keep this pace up, it is 100% a world record. And if I go as fast as possible, that like won't make it more of a world record.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if I go for fast as possible and mess up, that would make it not world record. So I was kind of just thinking about taking it like super safe throughout the rest of the run.
Smart decision.
Although
Although you did still have to use an RNG RNG heavy fights.
Yeah, the final boss gauntlet, not so much the second one, but the first one and the third one are highly RNG reliant. As for what kind of outcome you're going to get. And there is a save version of the first one, but it loses, like, upper teens amounts of seconds over doing the risky fight. And I thought that I probably, like, because of the endgame RNG, I felt like I couldn't go for safe anything and, like, have a guaranteed record. So I was like, I'm gonna go safe on all the movement and risky on every fight at this point.
Yeah, we'll talk more about the fights when we get there, but there are some pretty RNG dependent things that can happen.
Yeah, this is a very dense chapter. We now, having just entered Bowser's castle, we want to encounter this guy because he is a key. But having just entered Bowser's castle, there's already a lot happening here. We have to get a key from these guys, and then we will be dropped into an absolute platforming gauntlet, like, in the middle of our RPG, so...
Yeah, before cannon jumps were discovered, I definitely would have called this split the hardest mechanically.
Yeah. And it still might be. That movement's new, by the way, on that first Q patrol. Or, like, through that room in general. That movement is something that Lopez and I developed very recently, like, within the last month. So this guy tells us he's just gonna let us through if we stand in front of him. Mario is not very smart. He keeps getting tricked by these trapdoors throughout the course of this game. Kind of a callback to Chapter 1 right here, including using Bombette to escape.
Yeah.
I was just a little too trusting.
A little bit, yeah. So this is the beginning of the platforming gauntlet I was talking about. This room is a doozy.
Oh, yeah.
And the next several rooms are also doozies. It's possible to get a zero cycle on this, but it costs, like... It costs just as much as it saves if you miss it. So
it's really hard to nail.
Yeah, so at this point I was like, no. No, I just want to go.
Those jumps are fairly precise from the switch platforms to the moving platforms.
Yeah, this one in particular, that's like almost perfect.
Yeah, the
like
game expects you to switch to lackluster there, but...
Why would we do that when we can jump? Now, this glitchless is more or less a developer intent category, but there are still plenty of things we do that are probably not intended, but like very easily possible. We generally don't do things that you wouldn't be able to discover on accident in most cases. I think pie jumps might be like the biggest exception to that.
I would think
It's
so,
like
too.
you probably wouldn't do that without knowing they exist. So we're almost out of the lava basement, which is the first part of the gauntlet. But there's actually a second part that comes up briefly after this. It's much shorter, but you can't see anything.
That's another sort of unintended thing.
Yeah, they clearly expect you to swap to Watt for the dark rooms that are coming up. But swapping between Watt and Paracarry regularly to get over gaps is very slow, and we don't like that, so we're just gonna go through... every runner typically has a different method for getting through those rooms, and the reason we're talking about it so early is because they're short, but just about every runner does something a little unique to them. I know several people personally who turn the brightness up on their monitors and the contrast. I can't believe the Super Shroom didn't get me.
Yeah.
I know several people that turn the brightness and contrast up on their monitors. I know some people who use an OBS filter to make it bright. Lopez does that. I memorized the rooms. I don't think I'm the only person who did that, but I can't think of any other people offhand who just know what to do, like without being able to see.
Yeah, it's really tricky because not only do you have to dodge the enemies in that room without being able to see very well, but you also have to carry over a couple of gaps. And my capture card makes it super dark, and I know a lot of other people's does that as well. So it's easiest to use an OBS filter.
Yeah,
so you don't just fall off and lose where you are. When you have it memorized, you kind of know what to do, but if you get off track, it can be pretty hard to back it up.
So anyway, this is what I see basically when I'm doing this. It's kind of gross. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person who does this, but like on my monitor, I can very, very barely see like the edges of the platforms in the dark area, and that has been enough for me to avoid the enemies. There are 3 very common encounters in here, and I know you can't be impressed by something you can't see, but like trust me, this is one of the hardest parts of the run, is these rooms.
It can be very easy to just instantly get 3 encounters across these 2 rooms and lose 30 seconds.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Or fall.
Yeah, it is so easy to lose massive amounts of time there, and in the lava basement, that I can't think of very many runners who have a gold like in the low 12-minute area. Like, I think 12 2x golds are like really common when sub 12 is possible.
Yeah, I think I can only think of 2 other runners that have, maybe 3, that have a 12:0x time.
And the former world record holder actually has an 11:59 gold, which is absolutely nutty.
Yeah. Now we move on to the hardest split.
Yes, this doesn't look hard, but trust me.
Yeah, this flood room is just it's a little time to prepare your mind for what's about to happen.
Yeah, this is like the eye of the storm. the calm before the storm, rather. Like, the flood room is really easy, and it's like in the middle of several extremely difficult segments. Even doing the next room safe is hard. It's like not even easy with the normal strategy that most people use, let alone jumping over the cannons. Anyway, yeah, flood room. It's just a series of 2 rooms where you manipulate the water level to solve a puzzle and grab a key to advance to the next room. But it looks far less linear than it is. It's very, very much point A to point B, and when you're following the developer intended path, it's very difficult to actually get confused.
Yeah, something interesting to note here is that this goal, this 631, is over 15 seconds faster than the next fastest goal across all runners.
And it is because of the cannon jumps that we're going to see here in a sec. I will try to explain them as best I can while we're in the room, but it might go too fast for me to fully explain everything that's going on. But basically, if you recall, if you've been watching since Chapter 1, and I know many of you have, or have at least seen it, there is a section in Chapter 1 where you have to jump over bullet bills and first strike the cannons with bombette. Here, the cannons are not a required encounter. The normal strategy uses the dizzy attack badge picked up in Chapter 1 to dizzy the bullets so that you can run away from them and use invincibility frames to get past the cannons. But instead of that, this strategy uses pixel-perfect lineups combined with frame-perfect jumps to just jump over them so that there are no encounters necessary. And you can see how it's very difficult to line up to the point where I'm just standing in place for like several seconds trying to get it to work. And the third one is the easiest, thankfully. And the third and the fourth use the same lineup, so we're pretty much in the clear. But the reason this works is because every hitbox in this game is shaped like a cylinder, and there is a very small gap between them where you can just jump over the empty space, but it's frame perfect and pixel perfect. Speaking of that...
That was also I'm not sure if it's new, but we recently timed that to be fast as jumping on the bone, but something about having sushi out when there's projectile throwing enemies. There's, I guess, enemies that will attack.
Yeah, anything that tries to first strike you. For some reason, if you encounter them or if you hit a projectile that they throw at you, they will not try to first strike you again. And in the case of the dry bones, they move like very, very slowly. So you're just in no danger whatsoever after you swat one of their projectiles away. And that movement is new, by the way. The previous strategy was to use Dizzy Attack on the bone that they throw at you. But we don't have Dizzy Attack if we do cannon jumps. So,
and even categories that don't usually have Dizzy Attack generally opt to hammer the projectile away.
Yeah.
But just jumping on it is faster.
That's what I've been doing up until this most recent PB, but we actually gained access to a practice ROM very recently that has an in-game timer and a frame counter on it, and that's actually how we discovered that the jumping on the bone loses less than 10 frames over just yellowing the room. However, it removes the very low odds that you will get first struck by the dry bones while trying to push the block. And it's like, I think it's like a frame perfect encounter. Like, it has to be frame perfectly bad for that to happen. But you do not want that to happen because, first of all, it's hard to run away. And second of all, if you get first struck, it means you have to hit a heart block later to get your stats back for the boss gauntlet. And just overall, like, getting in an encounter there, even if you run away on the first try, loses, like, a lot of time. So, we do the jumping on the bone to prevent that in combination with sushi being out. And a lot of other categories, or at least any percent, doesn't even get sushi, so any percent can't do that. But I think every other category should at this point, because it's not worth risking losing oodles of time to that guy.
Yeah, even just swapping to sushi is about 2 seconds.
Yeah,
definitely worth doing.
That's not even slow. Like, even if you do cannonless, just do a quick partner swap to sushi, and suddenly you're losing 2 seconds and like 8 frames to prevent yourself from losing upwards of like 15.
Yeah, absolutely worth it.
Anyway, we've been talking over this. That's because it's boring. It's just a quiz. The answers are the same every time. You can see at this point that every run I had on a good pace up to this point died in the cannon room because of how difficult that is. And that's why my best split times jumped from minus like 9 to minus 40 right there.
And at this point, it turned into the fastest run ever executed.
Yeah, as soon as I got past the cannon jump room. So the Hammer Bros are a little scary here because they're difficult to run away from. You can consistently get past them, but they are in narrow corridors, and it takes time to line yourself up so that you never encounter them.
Yeah, you have to react to what side of the wall they're closest to.
Yeah, see how he was... That guy was so close to me that I had to lure him. Or I would have just died. Or not died, but like, mentally died, you know what I mean?
You can get frame perfectly encountered.
Yeah, you can
when you're trying to unlock that lock. If he's too close to you and starts throwing hammers.
I have opened the door and gotten encountered on the same frame before. Which is absolutely ludicrous and a really sad way to lose time.
Yeah.
So this hallway is just endless hallway. I forgot where I was going. I forgot what room I was in. You can see I spun down. That's because I tried to do the spin cancel. It's in this room.
Yeah. One of those maze rooms, there is a pattern of lanterns which tells you where to go at the beginning. And if you mess up, you start at the very beginning of all of those rooms.
Yeah, it's a huge time loss if you mess up.
Anyway, these duplicates, not very smart. Why would you transform back into your true form while following Mario? They just tried to trick him into just leaving. Like, but they didn't even commit to the bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they just transform back halfway through the room, as if Mario isn't gonna turn around to make sure Peach is following him. Anyway, we blow our problems away for the last time. Right there. So, we did our rebadge, and this is a risky fight. There is a safe version of the fight, but since this was a world record attempt, I opted for the Paracarry fight here. So, this is, it looks like a refight with the Koopa Bros, but actually they suck, and Junior Troopa kills them in one attack, basically.
I wish it was a refight with the Koopa Brothers.
Me too, that would have been really fun.
Yeah.
And then anyway,
This guy has 60 HP, right?
yeah, he does. 60 HP, 2 defense.
This fight only has a 2/3 chance of making it through if you're using the risky strategy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And even the safe one isn't even 100% safe. It's very close. It's like 98% successful. But
Like all the other bosses, there's a 2% chance you get 3 capped, and there's also a 33% chance that you get 4 capped. Which, if you get 4 capped doing the risky strat, you're done.
yeah, it's over if that happens. Cool trick here. If you're holding a direction on the control stick, after that fight, he stops talking earlier for some reason. Or he starts talking earlier, so it's about a 1-second time save. We think that happens because it's canceling the thumbs up animation that Mario does after battles. So anyway, we're past Junior now. We only have 2 boss fights left, and they're both with Bowser. And we're moving through the castle rooms that we moved through at the beginning of the game, only with fast. So we have Speedy Spin, and we're heading to fight Bowser in the hallway. And this fight, there is a 0% chance of losing it. However, your pace is very much affected here, because the fight can be anywhere from 2 turns to 4 turns long. And at the beginning of turn 3, he does a really long animation.
You can see, like, if you look at the splits, the PB versus the best segment, there's a massive difference there.
Yeah, and that is because my PB hit a 4-turn fight with Bowser. And also, if you do safe Junior, you save like 3 seconds on this too, because the safe skips a partner swap. So anyway, we don't have to worry about it in this run. Just be aware that there are backups to this. There is no failure chance on this fight with the current route. And I got a 2-turn fight, so this suddenly went from it saved 27 seconds basically on my PB right there. And suddenly we're a minute and a half ahead of my 130 of my 345.
The odds of a 2-turn fight aren't super high.
Yeah, they aren't. It's actually quite rare. Well, not quite rare, but it's not like common at all. You need either 2 5s or a 7 and a 4 to take him out in 2 turns on the power bounces, and a 7 bounce is 1% chance.
Paper Mario deciding to be nice after all of the mole fright jar fails.
Yeah. So here we are heading into the final confrontation with Bowser. I'm gonna be honest, I was terrified. I was so scared when I got to this point. And I was so scared that I didn't even realize that I might 343 walking into this fight. Like, I wasn't looking at my best possible time, I was just looking at minus 136 and
Yeah.
realizing that Bowser could just say no, you know, go back to the start, try again next week. Like, because this fight has a 60% chance of winning at all and a 35% chance of winning fast. So even if you get to this point, the chance of preserving your pace, or in, I guess, my pace in this instance, is around 1 in 3 of carrying it through to the end of the game.
Yeah, phase 1 is pretty standard. You have to bounce on him 4 times and 3 times to deal 33 damage.
Yeah, phase 1 of Final actually has the lowest power bounce multiplier in the game too, at 50%. Which means there is a 50% chance that he will 3-cap you, which is absolutely atrocious.
Yeah, that lowers the odds by a bit.
Yeah. And even Phase 2 has a lower multiplier than any other enemy in the game. Same with Hallway. I think Hallway's a 65 and Phase 2 is a 60. So the odds are not great of getting the bounces that you need. There is a safe version of this Bowser fight that just loses time instead of losing the run. That would be performed in a marathon setting, of course. It's a fight that, instead of using the charge strats that we use on Final Bowser and most boss fights in the run, after we get Super Jump Charge, instead of doing that, we use Power Jump and Shell Shot to just do DPS to Bowser until he goes down. There are ins and outs to that fight, and you do have to block almost every attack to get a good fight, which makes it more, incidentally, more mechanically intensive than the risky fight. But it is slower on average by at least 30-40 seconds.
Yeah, and even there's a very low percentage variation of that fight where Bowser doesn't use his starter shield at all, and even that is about 20 seconds slower than the fast version of the risky fight.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we're ignoring this again because it's boring. This is basically a scripted cutscene battle between Twink and Kammy Koopa, with Peach acting as support. Because stars get their power from wishes, so Peach is just hoping that Twink wins really, really hard, and that actually gives him the power to beat Kammy. And
then also gives Mario the power to beat Bowser.
Yeah, it's very anime. Very anime fight going on up here, and
you need some RPG in your RPG.
Oh yeah. And this battle arena is actually the project that Kammy said she was working on to increase Bowser's strength. You'll notice that he got struck by lightning and ballooned in size, and that made him stronger, I guess. And it also increased the power of the Star Rod. In the hallway fight, if you get a 3 or a 4 turn fight, he buffs himself, but you can actually damage him through it, which is why getting a fight other than 2 turn is not like the worst, because you can still kill him through the buff. But you cannot do that in the final fight with him right now. He is 100% invincible while he has his shield up. And his attack is doubled, as you'll probably see very shortly. He's going to do way too much damage to Mario.
Yeah, this is what the 2 life streams we picked up throughout the run are for.
Yeah, they're so we can use charge while Bowser murks us over and over again.
Yeah, your charge keeps stacking up. Even if you die, even if you use a life stream, your charge will keep stacking up, and the only way it'll get taken away is if either you use your jump attack, or if he hits you with his wave attack.
Yeah, and that's one of the failure conditions of this fight, is if he uses wave on a turn that we don't anticipate. And there is we want him to wave on turn 4, which is the earliest possible time he can do it. There is around an 80% chance that he does. But if he doesn't, then you basically die. Because you've used all your resources on charging up a jump attack that you will not get to use. And you can notice, I'm blocking these attacks, and they're still doing just as much damage as my max HP. Even with damage dodge on.
Yeah, his attack power increases by 10 or something.
It doubles, I think.
It doubles. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, some
And-
ridiculous amount. If you don't use your Peach Beam.
There, thankfully, he used the wave.
Yeah, he used the wave on the correct turn. We have no life shrooms, so any deviation in the fight whatsoever results in my death at this point. We need him to put us in peril, and then we need a 4 bounce to win fast. And he gives us fire, which is exactly what we wanted to get to 1 HP.
The other option is he can essentially stomp on you and take away one of your menu options. So as long as he stomps on you and doesn't take away your jump, you're okay as well.
Yeah, but you definitely want fire though. Because
Yeah.
fire is not only does it not take away your commands, but it also is the fastest animation Bowser has. So
There it is.
yep, that is the run is basically over at this point. The remainder of the runtime is dedicated to the epilogue, which shows what happens after. The reason that this is not the end of the run is because there is a little movement after several minutes of the epilogue that we have to do.
There's one little trick left too.
Ah, yes, how could we forget? we must forget our sibling. I guess we'll talk a little more about it when we get there. It's not it's not hard by any means. It's probably like the easiest trick in the game by far.
It's so easy that people do it on accident.
Yeah. It's so
Wasn't
easy that it got unbanned from glitchless because people kept doing it by mistake. So that's something. Anyway, so we can tell by the best possible time because there's basically no variation in the epilogue. It is 90% cutscene that this time will be a 343, which is the first 343 that has ever happened in the history of N64 Paper Mario.
Yeah, funnily enough, there's only ever been one 344 as well.
Yeah, there's been one 343, one 344, and several 345s. There have been like 4 or 5 people who have gotten 345s before and been like kind of close to being world record contender level, but none of them are actively running the game anymore at this point.
Yeah. You just completely skipped 344.
Hallway was very nice.
Yeah.
Hallway and final went perfectly. Like, I had a perfect boss gauntlet at the end on top of a really good run, and that's how it happened. Even though I forgot the portrait.
I believe this is the fastest ever end chapter 7 to the end done in a run.
It has to be because of the cannon jumps.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yay, Bowser's done. You know, everyone's leaving. Peach's castle is slowly descending to the ground where it once was by way of magic. Because imagine if gravity just took over. There would be a very different ending to this game. I think we can say that with confidence.
Yeah.
Paper Luigi, the 1,000-Year Door.
Oh my gosh. Can you imagine if that game had like themes of Luigi grieving? After the ending of Pape 64.
Oh my god.
Nobody would buy that.
Oh my god. Oh, I would buy that.
Okay, I would buy it too.
Are you kidding me? I would love that game. Oh, you're just in Twilight Town, and Luigi's like, man, it would be nice if my brother were here.
Oh, jeez. Oh my goodness. So, yeah, everyone's getting their letters, all of your partners from throughout the game. They're getting invited to the party at the castle.
Yeah, Parakarry finally learned how to do his job.
He did. all it took was him training in combat for 3 hours.
It's the opposite of like doing chores to get better at fighting.
Yeah. Instead, he did doing fighting to get better at chores. And we have the last trick and the last set of movement coming up in the game. After this silly cutscene where Colorado's wife tells him not to come home. He never...
You can actually talk to his wife a couple chapters before where she's like, I think my husband's planning on going out on another adventure without telling me.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't.
Yeah, and then she sends Paracari a letter. He gives Cooper the letter that's like, hey, come to this party. And he gives Colorado a letter that says, don't bother coming back home, you deadbeat. Poor man. Poor man. So look very closely at the input display here, because if you blink, you might miss this. This is the last trick in the game. Hold down to skip Luigi. If you don't do that, there's like a 7-second cutscene where he tells you he's going on to the party. But if you hold down, it just doesn't happen for some reason.
There's some thought that this might be intended, but it's controversial.
People can't seem to agree on whether or not it's intended, but it's legal and glitchless because it's too easy to do, like, while rolling the stick, which is something common that paid players do when they're in cutscenes or get items. Yeah. They'll just roll it, and if the stick happens to be down at the time, then...
Goodbye, Luigi.
Yeah. So here we go.
Timing ends when Peach puts her hands up.
Yeah. Paper Mario glitchless in 3:43:55.96.
Amazing.
With the Boo portrait being forgotten. I know I keep going back to this, but I feel like I can't be done with this game until I have a PB where nothing like that happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just can't.
Understandable.
Always something.
I love that the first one has such like a huge low points, just very dramatic, but I definitely understand wanting to get everything perfect.
It doesn't even need to be anything. I just don't want that in it. You know what I mean? Like that was so yucky. But hey, 3:43:55. Yeah. Well, the VOD continues through the end of the credits, so if there's anything else that we didn't talk about, we have a few more minutes to do so. About 8 more minutes or so. I think this game is a very good pick for AGDQ, especially this category, being a developer-intended category, more or less.
Yeah.
And it's also uniquely safe compared to any other Paper Mario category that could be run at an event, and has in the past. I believe NA% and all cards have seen GDQ appearances before in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like glitchless is just a better choice for safety purposes, and also because it's how many people remember playing the game when they were young. Many people our age, actually.
Yeah. This is such a wonderful game with wonderful music, cute animations, and it's just nice to get to see it in its entirety.
It really is. There's I have a soft spot for the glitchless category in particular, not just because it was the first category I ever ran, seriously, of any speed game, but also because I have so much love for this game, stemming from when I was actually a child.
Yeah, this game is truly a masterpiece. Getting to see the game in its entirety, being played as fast as possible, in more or less the intended method, is super cool. And being 100% consistent to finish is a bonus.
Yeah, it is consistent, it is nostalgic, it is bright and colorful, and I mean, just look at this credits. Like this, even the credits scene, the parade has so much soul put into it. It really is remarkable for any game, you know, let alone one that came out on the Nintendo 64 so long
20
ago.
years ago,
Yeah,
and it still holds up so well.
it does.
Oh yeah.
It truly does.
In a way that few Nintendo 64 games do.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have, this is something we had last time. We had plenty of ideas on donation incentives that we could do, such as the Paper Mario at GDQ tradition, you know, skipping Luigi or taking him with us.
Absolutely.
And, that's a really good one. There are also sound effects badges that can change the sound effects when Mario does hammers in the overworld or like does anything in a fight. I think that would be great as well. You know, some kind of war for what sound effects badge we equip. You know, for the end game.
Yeah.
Most of those are not too out of the way to get, and have unique sound effects like the Yoshi sound effect when you hammer, a Peach sound effect.
Yeah, and like there's one that's like ringing too, like chimes.
Oh,
Also.
yeah.
There's some pretty cool ones for sure.
And there's two that are like really easy to get. There's one right next to Koopa Village, which is right on the route. There's one that you can buy for 1 star piece heading into Chapter 8 on Shooting Star Summit. Or we could get it in Prologue too, honestly.
Yeah.
Then there's one in the desert.
There's in the ruins there is a star piece you almost have to avoid. It's that close to you. So it would be super easy to just grab that and get it next time you're in Shooting Star Summit.
Yeah, and there's I think we could do some sort of glitch exhibition as well. I think there are a lot of things that I can do. I wouldn't be the most qualified person to do a glitch exhibition, but there are plenty of things I could show off, and everyone knows this game is like notoriously buggy, and there are several crashes that I know how to do that would be pretty easy, and soft locks as well. I'd have to do some preparation on my spare cartridges though to make that work.
And not only are you a glitchless master, but you can do a lot of the tricks in this game.
Yeah.
Well.
Most of them. My any percent time isn't that good yet. That's the only other one that I like put time into, but it's because like glitchless is my true love.
Yeah.
I don't really care about any of the other categories. I'm thinking, you know, of course, this is a very long-term thing. I think I'm going to go for a 342 in this category. I believe that with current route, it is barely possible to 342. I think it's very, very close.
Yeah.
And
the RNG lined up perfectly, and without the boob portrait, of course, 342 is possible.
Yeah, it is possible, but very, very, like, difficult and unlikely. But I do think there are reroutes we can do for Final Bowser that would save a little bit of time at the cost of more risk. So that's something I'm pursuing on the side right now. I think I can realistically get a mid 343 with this route without changing anything. Maybe a low 343 if I hit a really good run.
Yeah.
Playing within 2 minutes of your sum of best over a 4-hour-long category is quite impressive.
It was the hardest grind I've done so far at pretty much anything in my life. I tell you, I was basically crying with pressure in the middle of Chapter 8, like as soon as I got past the cannon room. I felt like my eyes were gonna pop. Like,
how long did it take you to get this PB? I think it's been like 2 months.
It has been like a month and a half since my mid 345, and then my low 345 was a while ago. But I was grinding for a long time before I PB'd it all, and then this PB came not even too long after the previous one. like maybe 6 weeks or so between my previous PB and world record. And the paid community for glitchless has been waiting for 343 for quite a while now.
Oh yes.
And it's finally it's been done by a newcomer, no less.
Yeah. You weren't even running when the last world record was there.
Yeah. Alright, well, this is the end of the VOD. It's about to start looping. It's about to start looping, so if anyone wants to take a victory lap around the Mushroom Kingdom, I have one that'll last another 3 hours, 43 minutes, and 55.96 seconds. But anyway, I do believe that we've made a good case for the run being a good one to watch, and I do think it would be a great pick for the next GDQ. And I don't want a black screen, so let's do this really quick. I don't want a black screen while we're wrapping things up, so let's just replay the VOD really quick for however long it takes to wrap this up. I truly think that I truly think that Paper Mario is one of the best games that's ever been made. I've loved it since I was a child, and made this grind for glitchless to get world record is maybe the hardest and most passionate grind I've ever done. And I'm not done yet. You know, we want that 342, but I don't know how long that's gonna take. However, I do intend to continue practicing this, and I do think that this is a great game for a marathon setting, even if it has to be like late night or something like that. I feel like a lot of people love cozy RPGs during the night hours.
Very comfy run for sure.
Yeah, this is the perfect intersection of nostalgia, technical skill, and just a nice, comforting RPG.
I think risk valuation is an incredibly important skill to have in glitchless that people don't really talk about much, but it's not something you run into until you start running at the top level. Like, is it worth going for this, when, it's faster, and could save my pace or bail it out, but it's so risky. There's an X% chance. And while that wouldn't really pop out necessarily at a marathon, I think it's just another dimension to Paper Mario Glitchless as an excellent speed game and an excellent category. So, do you guys have anything else? Because I think I've talked myself out.
Not much more to say. This game is really good. It's really fun. Definitely worth getting to relive it again on GDQ.
Absolutely. And I have wanted this for such a long time, and I finally feel like I'm in a place where I can make a good case for this, at a GDQ. I've always wanted to participate, since I started seeing them, but it wasn't until very recently that I actually had the self-confidence to actually try to speedrun something.
Yeah, and now look at you.
Yeah. It's very, it's a very emotional moment for me right now and when I finish that run. Well, thank you guys so much for helping me. I could not have dubbed over this by myself because my throat would probably be a pile of dust on the ground by now.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your world record.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, congratulations. God.
Thank you guys so much. And chat, hello, I'm looking at you now. What's up?
My phone died a while back, so I haven't seen chat in a while.
Yeah, I decided I didn't want to be distracted while I was doing this for the sake of having the best possible VOD. I think.
Yeah. Oh, can I stop the backup recording now?
Oh, absolutely.
Excellent.
I mean, I would have stopped, but I'm still streaming.
Yeah.
Talking to people.
Alright. Wait. I don't actually... I lost part of my... I had to reset my computer semi-recently, so I don't even know where OBS saves to anymore.
Oh.
I just looked at my videos folder. That's where everything usually goes, including including the save a copy thing I had to do earlier.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, I don't know why I like trimmed it right to get it ready for our stuff tonight for the dubbing, and then when I went into my videos folder, it wasn't there. Like, I was so confused I had to do it a second time, and like the VOD's so long that it took like 25 minutes the first time. And then we ended up starting like way later.
Yeah.
Anyway. I'm tired. I don't know what I should do now. I feel like I should keep streaming. But I also don't know what to do. I'm not playing Paper Mario. My Z button's broken. I broke my controller for world record.
Oh, God.
I do need to replace that. Horis are pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to take mine apart, but I don't have a screwdriver that can fit.
I do, but I don't know where it is right now.
Obviously, Cookie Clicker? Oh, man.
I don't know what controller I should use to play Mario 64.
What you say, Cookie Clicker, Tiff? What about Slime Clicker? How does that sound? Slime Popper. Anyway, I should definitely end stream, at least for a bit, to recover my voice.
Oh yeah.
And hydrate and use the bathroom. But I do think I want to keep streaming tonight.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know how much sauce I have left, but I have a lot of juice left, and I'm probably gonna play 16 star or something.
16 star, interesting.
Ooh.
I don't have enough time. I definitely don't have the sauce for glitchless right now. It's 2 a.m.
Yeah.
It is too late. Are you gonna?
Omega short, and I've been practicing actually. I got zero cycle fire seed.
Are you gonna bot Blue Bob tomorrow?
Maybe. I'll try. I want to try. I don't know when, but if it is, I might try to do it like in the middle of the day. I'm finally like, I have a day's worth of freedom now. I did my exam today.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
I deserve a break.
Listen, the only bad thing about Horis being like $90 is 100% accurate. They are such good controllers.
Yeah, they're really good.
You mentioned the possibility of maybe like doing a transplant. Is that still possible?
I tested the motherboard and the rubber's broken on my other spare too.
Oh no!
So now every Z button I have is broken.
Oh god.
Oh, no.
Which is sad, but it's also kind of funny in a way. Like I grinded Paper Mario so hard that I went through 4 Z buttons on pretty reliable controllers.
Yeah.
You can buy rubbers.
Maybe. If I could do that, it would be easy to transplant, but I know that the internals of the Hori are like the rubber is like attached to the motherboard for the shoulder buttons.
Yeah, they have like, or I don't know what Hori internals look like, but I know on OEM controllers there's like little nubs that stick out at the back.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the the stick is detachable, which is not common.
That's super cool. That's like my favorite thing about the internals of a Hori is the detachable stick. I did not know that until you took your controller apart.
I didn't know that either. And honestly, the fact that the stick is detachable means that the current stick I have, which is among the best of any controller I've ever owned, is easily transplantable onto other controllers that have like intact rubber.
I'm using a different stick than I did in my last run. I gave my controller some surgery, and so I'm gonna see how that's like. I've played with it a little bit for tape, and it works. It'll be interesting to see what it feels like.
Oh, nice.
So I'm really hoping I can get my hands on some form of metal stick soon.
That would be nice.
Ori have a metal stick?
No,
it's just good.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's very good. It's basically a GameCube controller stick.
Yeah.
It has a good grip, and it takes a very long time to wear out too. Like,
Yeah. Unless you're a pape runner.
well, I've been using the same stick for like almost the entire year. Actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
The
I've
sticks
just
are
been
really durable.
I've just been transplanting it to different controllers, and it hasn't shown any signs of decay whatsoever. But the buttons, unfortunately, fall a little faster.
Hmm. The Z button just from all the spin jumps.
Yeah.
Spin jumps. Spin dashes.
Yeah. Or I think Kami said it in my Discord, the whoosh, or something like that. I
Yeah.
don't even know what sound it was to mimic it. Yeah, the beefy controller. Carbon fiber sticks looped up with genuine woolly mammoth oil. Rubber made from Mother Rubber herself. Bumpers from the undefeated world champion bumper car. And cord fortified with hardened steel to prevent fraying.
Fortified with
Wait.
hardened steel. That's straight cord.
Yeah, dude.
Wait. If it's made from bumpers from the undefeated world champion bumper car, I mean, it's defeated now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Oh God.
defeated, disassembled.
Oh,
Love
never
this.
mind. When I hit enter, it said I hit enter and then it said out of stock and it like sent it anyways, and I didn't get a chance to say, oh, never mind.
Wait, that means somebody fucking redeemed Abu Boots earlier.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I was watching that.
Yeah, I didn't know because I was too busy dubbing. Hang on, I have to.
Wait,
Oh.
did? Oh,
What?
wait. So where did tips go?
I don't know. I can check the queue.
Yeah.
I should do that. I also, depending on whether or not Twitch lets me do this, I might have a surprise for you guys already.
Oh.
Maybe.
Surprise?
Maybe.
Austria?
Alright, first I'm gonna look at this. Lots of people doing good vibes. Teddy Rigby, thank you for the raid. SPL, thank you for the resub. I really appreciate that. I don't know why it says out of stock. Maybe it's because it was redeemed during yesterday's stream or something.
Well, I wonder if because Tiff said they hit enter right after I did, and so I wonder if like Twitch couldn't decide.
Oh.
Something.
Let me look.
Oh, like you think?
Yeah, I
they
have-
at the exact same time as you, maybe.
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah, she said I beat it. I beat her for a second. Jesus, I beat her by a second.
Oh yeah, I have two redemptions right now. One saying if you change what I say, you're triple gay, and the second one is yours, Lopez, from just now. So
Wow.
I know which one's
Oh.
going up tomorrow.
Oh my gosh! Congrats on the triple gay. Oh my god. Wow. Jealous.
Yay!
Oh, when will I get to be triple gay?
The one time you're the only person in chat.
Yeah.
And then the bot will just pick on you over and over again.
I wonder if like when you're not streaming, if bot will. I guess does the bot have to be turned on or something?
I do have to have it on, but I usually leave it on 24/7 because sometimes other
Interesting.
people do things on it.
Everyone but you and I, too.
Nope. Oh!
No.
Close. Oh!
No, not quite.
Come on! Oh, Tiff, we're just so gay that the bot can't even see us anymore.
Yeah, it just ignores you.
Oh, finally.
Wow, I'm
Oh.
quadruple gay now.
Tiff got it.
Alright, guys. There is one emote that I will move to either Tier 2 or Franker Phase Z, or both. Which one should it be out of the 5?
Let me see.
I'd say Fright Fail or Luigi Skip one.
I agree with that because I was
Yeah.
already thinking that the Memotes should, the paint Memotes should be like not tier 1 because we only have so many spots.
Yeah. Fright Jar Fail would be a really good Frankerzy.
Yeah.
Alright, well I'm gonna make it tier 2 for now, so I don't forget. So let's upload Fright Jar as tier 2, and I got messaged a completed emote that you guys are gonna see really soon.
Ooh, who made it?
Oh, I don't know if saying that would spoil the surprise, but you'll know very soon.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Fright Jar is now Blade C Fail. And this daddy of an emote is... Wait, did I even download it? I think I might have not downloaded it, hang on.
Oh.
You guys are gonna love this.
Blade C344.
No, Blade C344, but it's the Luigi's skip emote. Is Blade C344?
Oh.
Okay, Fail is tier 2 for me now.
Okay, good. All right. Oh no, I don't want it to read like that. Holy crap! All right, save changes. All right, it's live.
Pause chat.
Oh.
I know Morning knows what it is now.
Wait, what?
It should be live.
I see Fail twice.
Oh, I think you have to. I think you might have.
Oh, I see it now. Oh my god. Is that?
What the fuck is that emote? That is an emote that I suggested to Tiff a while ago. It is a Shy Guy from Chapter 4 imitating the Scream painting, like the famous one.
Oh, that's such a mood.
It's such a good concept. I was having trouble not like popping off over it when she sent it to me just now. Tiff made it, of course.
Oh, yeah.
I was like struggling not to be like, ah! It's here.
So good. And it
can fail and double fail.
and it conveys like every emotion simultaneously. Is this pogging? Is this existential horror? Is this Fright Jar Fail?
It's all of them. Is this final Bowser waving on turn 5?
Oh, yep, the two genders.
Yeah, the two genders. Fucking Scholar and Blade C. I should have named it Blade C. Ah! Because then we'd have an emote that was Blade C. Ah! And an emote that was Blade C. Just letters for the fucking emote. The emote names. Just letters.
Oh, Tiff, I don't have any dinglings, sadly, or else I would mess with it.
It's so good, dude. It's such a good emote. It is like, it's like the perfect emote to me. It's one that conveys a lot of things at once and can be used in a bunch of different situations. And the fact that it's a reference to a famous painting is like even better.
Yeah.
Honestly. Because, like, most people have seen that, I would think.
Quick, someone black and white it so it's, anti-guy.
Hang on, I can do that. Hang on. She's modify a single emote. Oh, it won't.
Oh, it doesn't show up for me.
Oh, this is so good. I'm smiling so hard that my jaw is starting to hurt. Hey. Great.
With the thinking face is also, or with the thinking hand is also pretty good, but the anti-guy is my favorite.
Yeah. It's almost foreboding in black and white, or in grayscale.
This is the last thing you see after you accidentally failed the quiz in Chapter 8.
Fail bosses now.
Yeah, you just You just see 3 of them. Like, this is what happens when you fail 3 questions on the quiz. You just see this. Oh my goodness. This has been a good day. Oh my gosh.
Alright, I'm gonna drop out of the call so I can eat something real quick.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna eat and then come live. Tiff, do you want me to play EBF? Because I can't think of a better option than that, to be honest, for when I come back on in a bit. Because now it's chill time.
Yeah. Oh,
The
game
work
night
is
got
done.
moved to when?
I don't know. I
Okay.
was just like, we'll do it if we have time aside from the dub, but then we didn't, so
Yeah.
it's okay. Alright, for now, I think I'm gonna drop out as well and maybe relax, because, oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much for the help.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having us.
This
Oh,
better get accepted or I'll scream.
I will also stream. Anyway,
I'll scream if it does. God.
That
yeah,
too, yeah.
I'm just
I'll scream
saying,
either way.
I'll scream
Yeah.
for any reason. Just give me one, I dare you.
Yeah. Yeah. One thing happens, good or bad, and I will just scream forever.
Scream like that emote.
Oh my god, the
Yeah.
thing is perfect.
Alright, guys. Who
Good
are,
night, everyone.
who are
Good
we
night.
rating really quick?
Great
Glower
Chomsky.
or Chom? Okay, Chom.
Actually, wait, is Dreaded doing runs?
Is he?
I think he's doing runs.
Should I already dreaded them?
He's in Cascade. Actually, no, he's in Sand.
What's Chom doing? Is he also doing runs?
He's doing a rando race. Rando Emerald race.
Hmm.
Oh, he and
With-
Parker are together like in person right now.
Oh,
actually.
Oh,
yeah.
right.
I don't
Yeah,
want to.
he's
I don't
doing
want
a
to.
road trip.
I don't want to pick between them, so I should host Glower or Dreaded.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just say hi. I don't
Is
want to
Fleur-
pick.
I want to say Fleurs on place.
Is he?
Let's see.
Um.
Yeah, oh, no, just kidding. He was on pace after Junior. And now he's not.
Oh my,
Because
yeah.
He's gonna.
I'm guessing Power Shock dinked.
I don't know, but he's plus a minute on his gold and he's not dead yet.
Oh.
Now he's dead.
Just defeated,
That didn't last long. Alright, well, I guess we're hosting Dreaded then.
Alright.
Alright, thank you guys.
Good night, everyone.
I will stream in a
Night.
little bit. Take care, guys.
Later.
Alright, now I'm taking my headphones off for a second. Thank you guys so much for coming, even though it wasn't live runs tonight. I appreciate it so much. I have to do some work prepping this for my GDQ submission, but I will be doing that. I'll be doing that and making sure it gets in tomorrow. As for now, I am going to host Dreaded, and I will not be offline long. I'm gonna play some Epic Battle Fantasy, the game that Tiff bought me because she spoils me, honestly. Look at the emotes. Half of our emotes were drawn by her, and then she also bought me a game. Like, she spoils me. I don't know what I did, but I'm very happy about it. So we're gonna host Dreaded. I'll be back with Epic Battle Fantasy maybe in 30 minutes. I can't give like an accurate estimate, but I will be back soon. And take care, everyone. Have a night. Oh, the raid message. If you have it, use the emote. We need to get him to react to this. All right. Take care, guys.